Good morning and a very warm welcome to coverage of the third day between Lancashire and Middlesex of this Rothesay County Championship fixture, live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. The two Lancashire not-out batters are Marcus Harris and the night watchman Mitchell Stanley, and they're both heading out to the middle to start this third day. And what a lovely sunny day we've got as well. The Middlesex boys are heading out looking for more wickets. They've taken 3 so far in this Lancashire second innings, but look at the conditions today. Beautiful blue sky, just the odd little bit of cloud, but lovely bright blue sky and some sunshine, and the game is set up superbly. It's been a brilliant couple of days so far. Lancashire 201 all out with a real gritty 67 from Keaton Jennings and some fabulous bowling from young Morgan and the experienced Toby Rowland-Jones. Lancashire 201, Middlesex 169, Deploy making 67. Very different approach to Jennings' 67, but crucial runs nonetheless. Jimmy Anderson with 4 wickets, and then late on last night, Middlesex picking up 3 Lancashire wickets, all 3 off the bowling of Ryan Higgins, who bowled brilliantly towards the back end of that second day. So it means that Lancashire lead by 77 with 7 second innings wickets remaining. Kevin Hand is alongside me here today for this third day. Good morning, Kevin, and what a brilliant couple of days we've had so far.
Morning, Scott, and mostly brilliant from you there as well, but I do have to pick you up on one thing, especially BBC, transparency and fairness and everything. It's not a very warm welcome. It's chilly.
Oh, give over. Look at
I've just looked it up. I've just looked it up. 13 degrees, but it feels like 11. That's what it says.
So it's one of those days where it looks spectacular outside, but
nippy.
actually it's a bit chilly.
Yeah, bit nippy.
Fair enough.
Look at you can see the wind on their trousers there.
When are you going back to London?
Well, that is the question. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow morning. Well, it could be in the next hour if you and Jake have your way. But but yeah, this is it's beautifully set up, this game, isn't it? It's really a belter. So let's hope the weather doesn't get in the way at all. You know, we've had bad light, haven't we? We've had a lot of rain yesterday, but we're not that far into the game. 130 overs maybe. So we're barely 4 sessions into this game as Toby Rowland-Jones, his right arm over the wicket to get us going. From the Statham end this morning, he bowls full and straight, and a forward defence from Harris, who may well be the key for Lancashire this morning. Is that fair to say?
I think it absolutely is. Yeah, you look at the wickets that have fallen. Keaton Jennings for 18. He made 68 in the first innings, and he's on the back of runs already this season. Josh Bohannon, Lancashire's number 3, albeit batted at 4 because of the night watchman Mitch Stanley. He's gone. So the fact that Jennings, Bolton and Bohannon have all gone, Harris, key man.
Rowland-Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is wide outside of the off stump, left alone by Harris. 3 slips, points, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Rowland-Jones done from 8 into his 5th. As you said, Higgins the main man with all 3 to go so far, but Sharma and Morgan have bowled beautifully, and young Faulkner hasn't had a chance, the young all-rounder, because the main 4 have been doing the business. But then we have only had 130 or so overs in the game, and indeed when Middlesex batted, it was the story of the innings was pretty much 3 opening spells for Anderson and Bailey, as here's Rowland-Jones in, bowls, and forward goes Harris defending to mid-on. In the way that the game was interrupted and broken up, we had they've started first day evening, that innings began. Then they had the burst on the second morning, and then the burst again last night. So it was 3 bursts to go at Middlesex, which was basically 3 opening spells for Anderson and Bailey. So
worked out quite well, didn't it?
It did. You know, it's just we're not that. The point being, we're not that far into this game in terms of time that's elapsed. As Rowland-Jones hits the crease now, he bowls. It's full and it's straight and it's driven back to him. It's his right hand, so it may well have been 4 had that got through. Although mid-off and mid-on were attempting to converge on it. But yeah, 21st over of this innings, a lead of 77. I reckon Middlesex have got about 100 runs to play with here. You don't want to be chasing 180 on this. And I say on this, you know, it's a bowler's surface, and there are 2 exceptional bowling attacks on display in this game. So the ball is heavily on top of the bat. I don't think unduly. I'd imagine the players are enjoying it. And given the time we've lost, thank goodness it is a bowling surface. As here's Rowland-Jones in bowls, and just full of a length. This is pushed away into the offside. It's fielded at cover and there is no run. Should this have been a flat one, we'd have been bored to tears already right now with the time lost, because we'd have known there'd been no chance for a result. And yesterday we were pondering that the weather might rob us of an absolute belter here, but whether it finishes today, whether it finishes tomorrow, if it finishes tomorrow, you'd have to fancy that Lancashire are in the box seat, because that means they've probably had at least one and maybe two good sessions today with the bat. Middlesex can really ill afford them even one, I would suggest. As here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. End of the 21st over of the innings. Roland Jones is fifth. It's a maiden. He's none for 8. And Lancashire leading by 77, a 45 for 3. But yes, I think, well, recent history. 29-run victory, I think it was, for Lancashire against Derbyshire. A set 137 to win, 138, and bowled out for 108 or so. So that's what Middlesex are up against here. Can they somehow keep them to something around 150, 160? I think if it starts to get up to 170, 180, then you're in a bit of a grey zone. If it gets towards 190 or 200, it should be Lancashire's game. Runs have been difficult to come by, and time in the middle has been difficult to come by, because we've just seen some incredibly good bowling, and well, assistance has been swing, particularly for this man Higgins, but there's also been seam movement for him as well. 3 slips and a short leg. He's in, bowls, and past the edge. No ball called. Leads now 79. First runs onto the total this morning. 47 for 3. It was quite wide outside of the off stump. Stanley offering slightly the bat, but yeah, 3 slips, a short leg, point, and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And Higgins turns away from the red bricked pavilion. He's in now, bowls, and full straight and defended by Stanley. 2 from 24 for the night watch, who frustrated Middlesex greatly last night. I'm sure they'd have, well, undoubtedly they'd love to have got off with 4 for yesterday evening, or even 5 potentially. 20 overs, testing as they were. But glorious blue skies this morning. Middlesex cannot afford to offer Lancashire an inch here. As Higgins is in, bowls, wraps on the pad, but outside the line of off. And high, I'd imagine. The tall figure of Stanley. So yeah, 201 plays 169. Stories from the first innings. And now 47 for 3, which is where that 79 run, so crucial, the 32 run difference in the first innings between these sides, and that's why the pressure's on Middlesex this morning. Otherwise they may leave themselves a little bit too much to do with the bat unless they can keep on top here. As Higgins is in, full in swinging, hits on the splice and is fended into the ground by short leg Fields. So movement through the air again despite the blue skies above. The ball swings once more.
I was chatting to Tom Bailey last night about it, and he described it as being an interesting pitch. I said it's an interesting game. He went, well, it's an interesting pitch.
Higgins bowls, and this is down run down to long leg for a single by Stanley. First runs off the bat of the day. He's on to 3, 48 for 3.
But he did say, which wouldn't be a huge surprise seeing he's a bowler, that he's really enjoyed it, and he's enjoyed bowling on here, and he said that this game, and indeed the last game against Derbyshire and a couple towards the back end of last season, have been quite a nice change from pitches that have been quite difficult to bowl on and to try and take wickets on here.
The ball's always got to be on top of the bat. It's just how much on top of the bat is the question, isn't it? But given we've lost a fair bit of time in this game, first day, a lot of yesterday, and that we're only basically in the 4th session of the game, even though it's the 3rd morning, we are pretty pleased with what we've seen so far. As here's Higgins around the wicket to Harris, over the top of it, he defends into the onside, and boy oh boy, they'll know they've got to get Harris somehow. He was out softly in the first innings, wasn't he? Dollied up a catch off the toe end of the bat to mid-on and dragged himself off in disbelief, so that will double his determination here to try to put things right in this innings.
Yeah, already with a couple of centuries this season, Marcus Harris.
Around the wicket once more, Higgins, he bowls, and Harris is beaten on this one. Has he got the edge? He has, and he's got Harris! Higgins has him! 4 for 18 for Higgins, and perhaps the biggest of all, Harris. Well, he's got all 4 of them. It's a magnificent performance by Ryan Higgins, this. and he is keeping Middlesex very much in the hunt. The lead is 80. Harris gone, 16th delivery, one to his name, caught behind by Duke, in on loan from Yorkshire, that part of the tail in this game as well. But the tail right now is that Middlesex have got the man that quietly, wouldn't have even whispered it, but quietly they'd have considered it. Harris would have been one of their biggest threats this morning, and they've got him early. 48 for 4, Lancashire.
Yeah, terrific breakthrough for Middlesex. To have dismissed Harris for just 6 runs in the match is hugely significant from a Middlesex point of view. Higgins picking up from where he left off last night, and a really big breakthrough for Middlesex. I just mentioned the way that Harris has started this season. He's been in excellent form with a couple of centuries. Disappointed to have to head back towards the dressing rooms inside the first 10 minutes of this third day. 48 for 4, big breakthrough for Middlesex.
Yeah, fantastic for Higgins. 4 for all 4 to go. Jones makes his way to the middle to join Stanley. I was just about to make the point that I'm sure in Harris's mind he'll be saying, goodness me, if I'm out, you're really going to have to get me out in this innings, having given it away somewhat in the first. Given it away, yeah, it was a soft dismissal as opposed to giving it away. But the battery is, the match situation that it is, you'd have thought his mindset, if you're being heavily critical, he possibly didn't need to play at that. He's played a fair way away on the front foot, hasn't he? There's a big old gap between the pad and the bat, and he was a fair way across and a fair way forward. So as you line it up in hindsight, you're thinking, oh, did he really need to push at that? 48 for 4, it was the end of the over.
Here's Toby Rowland-Jones. In and balls to Mitchell Stanley, who continues where he left off from last night. Resolute in defence. Drops it into the onside for no run.
Well, this is the next consideration, isn't it? If Stanley can hang around for an hour, which is mad to say in a match where it's moving at such a pace, but if a night watch were to hang around even 40 minutes here from the night watch, not only would it frustrate Middlesex massively, but runs will be eking out in that time, and as we said, they've got at tops 100 runs to play with here, Middlesex.
80 in front, Lancashire. Toby Rowland-Jones from the Brian Statham end is over the wicket and bowling to Stanley. That's left. Through to Duke. Well, there's some responsibility on Lancashire's middle order here. Michael Jones and Matthew Hurst. Chris Green, Tom Hartley to come after those. It's a bit of pressure. They've relied a lot on their top order of Lancashire, not just this season, but the last season or two, in this particular game, in this particular match right now. And the 2 others need to come forward. Forward goes Stanley in defence. Deflects to mid-on, and there is no run. 48 for 4. What a start for Middlesex. Dream start, really, to have dismissed Marcus Harris. Because Lancashire were 39 without loss, weren't they, at one stage last night?
Well, I think you'd have to say overnight, with Harris there, you'd probably have Lancashire's noses in front in this game. They might just be still, but only just.
Yeah, not much in it. Rowland-Jones to Stanley. It's a lovely ball. It nips away from Mitchell Stanley. Through to the keeper. Super stuff from Toby Rowland-Jones, but as Kevin was saying, if you can hang around here, it'll be a huge benefit for Lancashire. He batted for 22 deliveries, didn't he, last night? His night watchman came out and did his job. There's Rowland-Jones to Stanley. He's pressing forward, the ball nibbles away into the gloves of Duke again. They've got 3 slip catches. And then backward point, cover. Mid-off, mid-on. And a deep backward square leg. It looks a little chilly on the balcony in front of the hotel at the minute. That's in the shade. So plenty of jumpers and coats being worn, but a little warmer in the sunshine. Final ball of the over. Here's Rowland-Jones. Just comes back in a little as it's left by Stanley. He's got through the over, in which Lancashire remain on 48 for 4. leading by 80 runs. So yeah, some kind of responsibility, some expectation here on the likes of Jones and Hurst, who's to come next, Green and Hartley to follow as well. Say all that in the knowledge, of course, that it has been a pretty tricky pitch to bat on over the course of the couple of days. Tom Bailey reckons last night that it's slowly getting better. There's Tom's view on it.
The surface?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. The Middlesex will be pleased. The hardest task is going to be the chase in this match. There's no two ways about it. Whatever they're chasing, whether it's 120 or 180, say if it's more than that, I think it's very difficult to see Middlesex chasing down 200 plus on this. But yeah, the pressure of the chase is going to be massive, and both teams have bowled incredibly well. As here's Higgins in, bowls, and an attempted leave outside the off stump by Jones, a bottom edge on it through to third slip. Extravagantly, but he didn't quite get the bat up in the end. Good night last night?
Yeah, okay.
Busy one, quiet one?
Quiet one, but it's nice. It was out. It was a colleague of mine, a friend of mine, whose birthday it was. He was 40, so we got together in Manchester.
Higgins in, bowls, and this is dabbed away. Back of the square on the leg side, bit of an inside edge. Jones off the mark, second ball with a single, 49 for 4.
I'm goose now, I can't do 2 nights out, it's too much, is that?
You barely called the second night a night out. Was it no, first night?
First night.
Wasn't a night, that was a night in.
Well, it might have been for you, because you were living above the shop. Wasn't for me.
Quiet trip to Old Trafford it's been for me this time. Disappointingly quiet. 3 slips and a short leg go down as Higgins is in, bowls, and dabbed to short leg. There's no run, 49 for 4. There were a few scallywags trying to get me involved in some sort of thing going on downstairs in the hotel last night, but I wasn't having it. It was home to bed.
Was it at some kind of party going on or something?
Well,
or
apparently it was 2:30 in the morning. It was open till some room in the hotel somewhere. It was set up and opened up for an event that was on, and all comers to the bar until 2:30 in the hotel last night. That's unheard of, that.
Blimey.
Higgins bowls, just pushed back up the track. No, I wasn't having any of it.
No.
No, there was a few tried to drag me down, but I was off to bed.
Most of them like you, that Kevin?
Yeah, it was just a little bit too late by that. Disappointingly quiet trip to Old Trafford this one's been. We'll make up for it when you come down to London. Have you booked your hotel yet?
No. Well, it's not even for the Middlesex game, it's for the Surrey match.
Oh, here's Higgins bowls. Oh, drawn into a drive wide outside the off stump. Stanley's beaten.
You mean the 4-day game?
Yeah,
well, that's like miles away, isn't it, from London?
Well, apparently you need a rest after your hot toddy on the first night.
No, I've not booked anything for Merchant Taylor School yet.
Oh, it could be a title decider, that. Mind you, it's late August rather than late September, isn't it? So, God, the weather.
First week in September, I think. First of September, I think it starts.
Make sure you bring the suntan lotion.
Would be nice.
Here's Higgins bowls, and through to the keeper it goes. 49 for 4, beaten on the back foot this time. Stanley has 3 from 37. Jones will have strike 1 from 2. 49 for 4 it is, 24. We're quite exposed there as
right.
8 cricket squares at Merchant Taylor School.
Old
Merchant Taylor's Cricket Club is on the back of it as well.
Right.
Yeah, it's. I mean, honestly, you'd be out of breath by the time you get from the cricket pavilion for that game to where the actual school itself is, and come back again. It's massive ground. So, where's the school you play out in?
Sebba.
Is it Sebba? Yeah.
Sebba School. Yeah. Yeah, they're back there for a one-day game again this year, Lancashire, and some I think there's some women's cricket being played there as well.
Southport next week for you.
Yeah, well, if the weather's like this, it'll be belted. Good week in Southport. It's Toby Rowland-Jones to Michael Jones. Nudged away into the onside, and there's no run. As you say, mate, you don't want to look too far to September, because it's a long way off and there's loads of cricket to play, but you do wonder just kind of where these two sides might be, and will it be two sides pushing for the for the top two positions.
I think you look at this match and two bowling performance. All right, it's a bowler's pitch. It's about, you know, it's as we want. We always want it to be. You always want the bowler to the pitch to lean slightly towards the bowlers.
Roland Jones in. Michael Jones defends.
But fact of the matter is, this is two cracking bowling attacks. Roland Jones, Higgins, and you've seen what Sharma and Morgan are about now. And you think who's not in this side? Tom Helm's not in the side. Noah Cornwell's not in the side. Ethan Bosch brought in as overseas for the season's not in the side. There's a fair few bowling options, but these four, I tell you what, you'd be wrestling the ball out of their hands now.
49 for 4, leading by 81. Roland Jones into Michael Jones. He's down the pitch and pushing away into the offside.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on them. Roland Jones and Jones.
Brings up the 50 for Lancashire in their second innings.
A bit like Jimmy and Leas there, wasn't it?
That's good, wasn't it?
Just waiting to see. I think Roland Jones had a quiet word with Jones as he walked back past him there. Nothing too much, but a quiet word, or at least a glare, a look. There was a glare in his direction for coming down the track to him. How dare you?
There was definitely a bit of that from Jimmy to deploy, wasn't there?
Do you know who I am?
Mitchell Stanley's back on strike. Middlesex seamer in and bowling. Oh, nice shot by Stanley. Down the ground for 4. I think a run away beyond the reach of a couple of Middlesex fielders scampering after it. And Stanley moves to 7, 54 for 4.
That'll surely get him going. Jones walking down the walking down the track's one thing, but a night watch playing as exquisite a straight drive as that.
He wouldn't have enjoyed that, will he not, Toby Roland Jones? I bet Mitchell Stanley did. In again. Stanley leans into it. Pushes to mid-off, no run.
But yeah, it was inescapable, wasn't it, the bowling in this attack? Then you've got Bailey and Anderson and Stanley out there. And the batting lineups for both. I mean, Josh DeCary's losing his place this side. Geddes going up and young Faulkner coming in. So you know, there's a spot clearly in the Middlesex top 6 to be settled. But overall, it's otherwise probably have more question marks coming into the season about the bowling in terms of will the youngsters be able to back up Roland Jones and Higgins, and in this match the answer is yes, and they've since got Bosch in on loan.
Into completely over, a ball that beats Stanley.
Not on loan, sorry, as overseas.
54 for 4, lead by 86. Is he for the rest of the season?
Yeah,
right,
so he'll play Blast as well.
Right, nice. It's quite a good attack then, isn't it?
Yes.
Plenty of options there.
Yeah. Like I say, Noah Cornwell possibly you'd have said was top of the list of the youngsters coming into the season, but Sharma and Morgan, it seems, because we haven't seen Cornwell yet this year for Middlesex. Helm's been in for 1, but these two in this game, it's that, and that's what this season probably needed for Middlesex. It was, can a couple of the youngsters really try and fight hard for a place there and make it difficult for the selection panel. Higgins begins the 26th over. Bowls down the track comes Jones to him, and a thick inside edge is going to race away down to fine leg. Long leg coming around is Sharma. They'll come back for 2, but that is another example. We saw Higgins do it himself. Leas Deploy do it, but Jones going with the same response. He comes down now and prods away at the surface, but it's a clear counter from batters at time in this game. It's gone one or two ways. Some have dug in, but some have decided, nope, we'll go for it. Higgins to Jones, he's 4 from 6 now, right arm over, and the right-hander waits in the crease and leaves alone a ball that seems sharply back in, when through the air you'd have thought it might just swing and shape away.
And there's the contrast to those two different approaches that you were saying was beautifully displayed by Jennings and Deploy, wasn't it? I mean, they both got the same score, but they did it in a very different way in the first innings.
Yep, exactly that.
Find a way that works, I guess, with a bit of calculated risk along the way.
Higgins passes the umpire, he bowls down the track, comes Jones, and he drives it in the air for a moment, just past cover for 4, but hearts in mouths moments, I'd suggest, for Lancashire, because by all means counter, but it'll come with a measure of risk, as that one had. A low catch attempted to his left by Holden, couldn't get there, and it's away for 4.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of intent being displayed here by Jones. He's Say there is a degree of risk involved.
Higgins in, bowls, just full of a length on off stump. It's defended to mid-off. He's 4 from 25 now, Higgins in his 13th over. He's made a right mess of his figures.
But it's an interesting way, isn't it? An interesting approach, and you say different batters have tried to do different things on this pitch.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I suggest.
I think I agree. Yeah.
Here's Jones awaiting 8 from 9, 60 for 4, and Higgins comes in, he bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, no run.
But I do like it. It's what we said about deploy as well. I mean, when the start of the Middlesex first innings, Anderson and Bailey on a day where the ball had dominated bat pretty emphatically. Well, deploy just thought, I'm going to try and take it to Anderson and Bailey and come out really positively. And that was the decision, the approach that deploy made, and Michael Jones is trying to do something similar here. Slightly different challenge now because the keepers are going to stand up. Harry Duke has got the helmet on right up behind the stumps.
4 slips. Keeper stood up. Higgins running in. Last ball of the 26th. He bowls and just full of a length. This is eased for a single out to deep point. Jones moves to 9 from 11, 61 for 4. Deep point dropping back. It's obviously a concern about it. He's sweeping up there at deep back point, hoping that if Jones does throw the bat in front of point, the sweeper will get around. But equally, if that edge flies square, then he'll cut it off at a wide deep third. 4 slips in place as well. So Middlesex just mindful of a lead that has now reached 93.
It's been great fun. It really has.
The thing is, if you're going to play substantial April-May fixtures as we do nowadays, then we can't sit there and watch ball draws where light's a problem, rain's a problem. It'll kill the game. So you're going to have to make sure that the pitches are sporting.
Roland Jones to Michael Jones. That's chopped away into the offside for no run.
Because we could sit here and be all high and mighty about it and say 24 wickets in 130 overs. Is that too many? But at the end of the day, it's the third morning of the game. We've lost a lot of this game, and we're only just into the third innings of the match. So, goodness me, if it was a flat one, we would be bored to tears right now, wouldn't we?
61 for 4, Roland Jones in. And Michael Jones playing late, defending. Almost right underneath his nose. Just chops it into the offside for no run.
And the overheads have been there as well, haven't they? I think that's the thing. All right, today it's sunny and it's swinging. Fine. But there's, again, if this was 4 days cracking the flags, would there have been as much assistance through the air for the bowlers as we've seen? Because I think that's been a part of it. There's been swing and seam, which makes it almost unplayable at times, doesn't it?
Roland Jones into Michael Jones. Down the pitch he comes again, trying to force the ball away. It's a good stop at backward point. And he's hit it firmly as Lancashire batter. Can get through for a single, so he moves to 10, 62 for 4.
Do you remember we went through a stage 10, 15 years ago when the complaint was, well, this is all well and good, but you're not going to create proper cricketers on matches that go by in a flash like that. Well, if you're going to play all your fixtures in April and May, then that's what you've got to do. You're not going to create proper cricketers. If we're all bored to tears, so are they, on flat ones in April and May.
Roland Jones to Mitchell Standick's full. He drives, thickish. To half of the bats, picked up a backward point again. There's no run.
The alternative to that is flying. If you want to play it on flat ones, because you remember we had the whole thing about the opposition. There was no toss. The opposition could decide. There was kookaburra balls we've had recently. There's been all sorts of things, hasn't there? All nonsense. But if you want to play April and May on flat pitches, fine. The answer is you've got to play 5-day cricket then. Because you lose so much time in April and May, as we have in this game, that you cannot afford to play flat ones in April and May.
Stanley waits for Roland Jones in balls and then calmly defends. It's bouncing back down the pitch and booted away by Toby Roland Jones.
Had this been a flat one, boring to this point, lost the time that we have, then we'd be sitting here today thinking, do you think the captains will come together tomorrow? Do you think they might have a word overnight and set something up?
Yeah.
So
No,
You know,
like
so
it,
often the answer is no.
Yeah.
You know, especially this early in the seasons, captains won't do it. I think we had one the other day actually. Where was it? Well, I can't remember. And he thought, well, they can set up a game here, but neither side wanted to lose at this stage of the season.
Roland Jones to Stanley. Squirts away from a defensive shot off the outer half of the bat.
Anyway, if there were to be any question about the pitch, that's my defence of it.
Yeah, well, I don't think there should be any questions about the pitch, but
Well, as you say, you said to Bailey, good match. Said, well, good pitch.
yeah.
Or however you phrase it,
Interesting
lively
pitch,
match. Interesting, yeah. But it is, you know, and downstairs, Paul Edwards, a friend of both of ours, incredible journalist, watchman writer. You know, I said to him, it's exhilarating yesterday when he said it really was. You know, it was really exhilarating, that first session yesterday, and great to watch, and everybody's up for it. The energy's there for this game, isn't it? So it could finish today, which will leave us a little rueful that we've lost a day's cricket, and the batters perhaps haven't been able to get in as much, but it could well go into tomorrow as well. Higgins, 62 for 4. He's in, bowls, and onto the pads. Is it drifting down? Yes, it is, says the umpire. Jones 10 from 15. 62 for 4. Keeper stood up. Jones clearly staying leg side of it there. We'll have a look at the replay in a moment, perhaps, and see what is what on that one as Higgins turns to bowl again. 4 slips. Crouching down. Bowls just full of a length, and forward goes the right-hander defending, and there's no run. Have a look at his setup, actually, to see where he begins, because he clearly stayed leg side of that previous one, didn't he? Which you might get a look at now, actually. Let's see. Angling in, angling down. Yeah, you can see a bit of the off stump, and he had indeed stayed leg side of it. 6-3 field. Higgins turns. Flags fluttering high above the pavilion behind him. He bowls, and forward goes Jones, pushing to mid-on, and there's no run. Different direction today. They're pointing off towards the city for most of the match, weren't they, those flags?
Yep.
What does that mean? Is it southerly today?
Northerly.
Northerly.
That's why it's
that's
chilly.
why the temperatures dropped across the game. Yeah, it was a mild enough first day, wasn't it? But yeah, they did change direction yesterday. The flags and northerly again today. As here comes Higgins, bowls, and forward goes Jones defending. There's no run.
So you've not ventured out into the city centre then on your trip yet?
I'm not sure I've ever ventured into the Manchester City
Have you
centre.
not?
Possibly not.
That's not good.
I mean, I've asked, but
Well, we'd
been rejected.
were supposed to go on Friday, but you didn't want to leave.
Did you?
Yeah, I was quite happy to, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's not listening. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and this is, ballooned up to third, slip off the gloves of Duke. Bat left alone, but it got big. Is the point. He really had to get the bat up and out of the way of that one, Jones, and out of the gloves it goes to third slip. We had a great first night here. We were going to go off out, but we had a...
The bar was lovely, yeah.
We had a good night out when we were in.
Yeah.
Higgins, wide on the crease, he bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket. No run. Jones remains on 10. Stanley 7 and 62 for 4.
Just looking at what's happening elsewhere. I think everyone has started. There's been very little. I mean, we had a couple of hours yesterday, didn't we, for bad weather, but for this time of year, there's been little interruptions around the country in this round of fixtures for poor weather, so everyone's playing again today. This is the most advanced of all the games in Division 2.
Well, that's because we're commentating, Scott. I'd say Division 1 as well.
There's Roland Jones is in and bowling. Forward goes Stanley in defence, and there's no run. Northamptonshire are 114 for 4 this morning against Derbyshire, who made 604 for 7 declared. So they're still 490 behind Northants. They're about to start the third innings of the match in Bristol because Kent are 3-2-7 all out in reply to 3-2-5 from Gloucestershire, so there's little between those two teams on first innings. Roland Jones bowls again. That beats Stanley. Comes back in as Duke takes it, skipping a pace or two down to his left-hand side. There's no run. And the Worcestershire-Durham match, Durham 230 for 7 in reply to Worcestershire's 308 all out. Yeah, the Division 2 games. Whether the weather's as lovely as it is here around the country, I'm not sure, but it is a very pleasant Sunday morning. There's Roland Jones to Stanley. He'll take a single here. He's worked it across the front pad out towards mid-wicket. Gets through for a single, so he moves to 8. And the score now to 63 for 4.
46 balls he's faced now, Stanley.
Yeah.
Nearly half the innings.
What's his highest score? He won't be far off that, I don't think. His first class highest score is 10.
And that was probably from 9 faced.
Leading by 95, Lancashire. Roland Jones to Michael Jones. He wants the LBW there, and he's got the LBW as well. Michael Jones has to depart for 10. I don't think he likes it, but the decision's been made, and Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. 63 for 5, leading by 95.
First look, you thought at very worst the batter will get the benefit of the doubt there, but could be proved wrong. We'll have a look at the replay and see, but I didn't think that they were going to get that one. I thought it looked as though it got far enough across. It looked as though it might have been quite high up on the pad as well. All will be revealed, but yeah, my first instinct was hit. Even if it's close, he'll get away with this one. He gets a fair way. Ooh, did it hit back leg? High up on the back leg. You kind of wait and see the collision with that front pad, but I got a feeling it went past the front pad and hit the back. We'll have a look and see.
Yeah, I think he did. He did hit the back.
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
There is.
That's why I thought he might just get benefit of the doubt here. As we see it high on, there's a fair chance it's hitting above the pad, let alone the knee roll.
The height must be it.
It's hitting top of pad, and as we know, top of pad is as good as out now. I always go back to that Steve Smith one in the World Cup when they had the DRS in 2023, and it was just clipping the top of his pad, yet it was clattering into the stumps. And that was one of those DRS decisions that Alan Coleman, the director of cricket at Middlesex, he says the stumps are 33% bigger now because of DRS.
Yeah.
That's how it works with when you got the replays, but that equally filters down to this level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm with you. My initial thought and watching it back on the replay is if he doesn't give that out, I think that's probably a reasonably fair decision as well.
Yeah, I think Middlesex couldn't say that was a shocker to not give it.
No, I
don't think it was a shocker that it was given, but I do think on first look, and even still on the replays, you look at it and think, oh, we might have just got benefited it out there from the umps.
Oh, Jones goes for 10. It was bright and breezy from Michael Jones. Now Matthew Hurst. Lancashire 63 for 5. They're 95 in front. 4 slips in play. Says Roland Jones into Hurst. He's happy to leave that first delivery.
This is it now. It feels like this is the game.
I think it probably is.
That 95 runs is the lead already. Even if Lancashire get another 45 from here, 40 from here, you'd say they're starting to get to a position where that's going to be tested. They're 63 for 5. You know, you've got to go out and chase 150 to win this. That's tough going, as Derbyshire showed, and as we've seen in the first innings here when they were all out for 169.
Yeah, and the pitch is doing more here than it did in that Derbyshire game. Roland Jones, and again fallen, just shapes away from Hurst. That's the end of the over. It is just a single coming off it. 63 for 5. Only had just over half an hour of this third day. And it continues to bounce along at a pretty rapid pace, this game. 95 in front, like.
Well, I was going to say that 36 minutes, and it hasn't disappointed, has it? It's all going on out there. And the other part is they get through this spell. You never know. The youngsters have really impressed us in this game, but they're youngsters. They will be inconsistent. We'll have another look at the replay now. Just watching that front pad for the line, because first thought was, is he outside the line of off? That was my very first instinct. Is he outside the line of off? And it looks high. It did really tail back on him And I reckon if you go upstairs on that, it's umpire's call. Forward goes Stanley to Higgins, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run on both height and on outside the line of off. So, you know, if there was a review system now, we go upstairs, and I reckon he probably would have been out. But the point being, you think that without DRS, you're probably you're feeling a little rough as the batter that didn't get benefit of the doubt on that one. 63 for 5, 30th over of the innings, and Higgins is in. He bowls, and forward goes Stanley, pushing back up the track. But yeah, 37 minutes in now. We're almost. The reason why I say it feels like this is the match, because if Lancashire make lunch and they're still batting, even if they're 9 down at that point, if they make lunch, or 8 down at that point, because lunch would be delayed half an hour if they were 9 down, wouldn't it? So I'd almost certainly say if they were 9 down at lunch and we'd had the extra half hour, it's Lancashire's game, because by that point they'll be 160, 170 ahead in an hour and a half. Well, you'd imagine things will happen at a pace.
2 over, aren't they?
Yeah, but you'd imagine things will happen at a pace if wickets are tumbling. As Higgins is in, bowls, and this is down the leg side. But my point being is I reckon Middlesex have to have them out before lunch. At 5 down now, 63 for 5. What have they added? 25? No, 27 in the first 37 minutes. Again, I reckon there's about 50, 60 runs at play now. I said first thing this morning, Middlesex got about 100 runs to play with. The lead was 77 then, it's 96 now. Higgins in, bowls, and this is eased into the offside. And no run, 64 for 5. You know, and it's easy to say all that because, of course, somebody can come out. And Middlesex has set 220, and Leicester Ploy smashes a brilliant century, and Middlesex win the game. But you just get the feeling right now Middlesex need to keep this rattle going. Three slips and a short leg. And Higgins is into Hurst, and he bowls him a bumper, and has he nicked it through? No, he's hooked it down the leg side. Just wondered whether he'd feathered something, glove or bat. He was well inside it, wasn't he? We still haven't seen a 50-run partnership in the game, have we?
One, I think, in Lancashire's first innings, isn't it?
Was there?
I think so.
I was going to say, what's the longest period without a wicket in the game?
I think, yeah, Bohannon and Jennings.
Forward goes Hurst defending, and there's no run.
But that's it, yeah. I mean, there's 56 they put on Jennings and Bohannon, but there's been a couple of 40 partnerships in that Middlesex first innings. But yeah, I take your point. Kind of one partnership of 56, and then I think 3 partnerships across the previous innings that's gone past 40. 2 in that Middlesex innings, and 1 40 partnership in the Lancashire innings, aside from the 50 that Jennings and Bohannon put on.
And that partnership began at the end of the second over of the match. 1.6 overs when Balderson was out 9 for 1, and then came the 50 partnership.
It's Toby Rowland-Jones to Mitchell Stanley. That's defended calmly into the onside for no run.
Because that lasted 21.1 overs, that partnership. But it's fair to say, I think probably at that point Middlesex themselves also were acclimatising to the ball, the pitch, the conditions, and oh, hold on a minute, this is doing a bit. We better bowl a bit straighter. You come in, you bowl that channel just outside off to begin with. Well, the channel for both sides since then has been keep it on that off stump. You know, if it's missing off stump, that's only because it's beaten the edge and just beaten the off stump.
Rowland-Jones to Stanley. It's a good delivery. Brings him forward as he nicked it behind.
Bat and pad making noise, I reckon. Or is he?
Is
High fives.
Yeah, he's got him. Yeah, he's got.
Has he walked?
I think he's got him. He
has
has.
He walked?
He's off.
Didn't see the finger go up, did you?
No. But Stanley's heading off.
I think is that the conversation between Hurst and Stanley now, because they're having a chatter as well. They're like, he didn't give you out, you know. Are you just coming down to have a natter with me? Well, that's possibly the longest dismissal between appeal and celebration, and potentially disappointment in between.
I didn't see umpire Lloyd. It was a lovely ball.
Pretty sure he didn't. He didn't, you know. He didn't. He's walked.
And he's off.
Wow. Does the umpire know? At what point do you think the umpire worked it out? Because I think Hurst is even asking, are you walking? Stanley and he have a long chat, don't they? That's it. That's incredible, that.
Yeah, that is a bit...
Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Brilliant. How, though? The leg and the... I mean, it's hit the off stump, but the leg and middle... The bail above the leg and middle stump is what's come off. So it wasn't an edge through to the keeper. Well, they appealed it. They didn't know that it was bowled either. Roland Jones was appealing the caught behind because he thought the noise was the bat. It beats the outside edge. It clips the top of off stump, but the bail from leg and middle is the one that drops down, and that is where everybody, including the umpire, and including at that point Stanley then looks behind, and he sees the bail dropped behind, and at that point he's got no choice to walk. And similarly, I think as well, Hurst, when he gets to the other end, Hurst says, "Where are you going?" "Well, he's bowled me."
A bizarre dismissal.
Superb.
It was, yeah, very, very unusual.
Well, it's just in keeping with this match, though, as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That it keeps us on the edge of the seat and it keeps us gripped and excited at all times with this one. It really is an incredible game of cricket, this.
It's a wonderful realisation when we saw the replay from behind, when we saw the bail.
Oh, he's bowled him. But what did I say, though, about that? Since that first morning, that 56-run partnership, you've got to be hitting the top of that off stump at all times.
Roland Jones to Chris Green down the leg side. Taken by Duke. So what's... There we go. We can see it again from side on this occasion. Just see that.
You couldn't
bail.
make it up,
No,
really,
you
could you?
not, no. And I think Roland Jones has gone up for the caught behind.
Well, he's still
hasn't
looking. There's Roland Jones. He's looking at the batter. Then he looks down and realises, because he's still he and the umpire are still locked in a how's that.
64 for 3. Roland Jones to Chris Green. That's a terrific leave.
If Lancs are still batting at lunch, they've won this. I'm telling you.
How about this for a leave from Chris Green?
Yeah. But how on earth does that just skim the top of the off stump, and the bail on top of middle and off hasn't even, because you're almost waiting that maybe it just wobbled and then sat back down, but it hasn't even moved, and the bail on middle and leg just decides, oh, I'll pop off instead.
And then I said Matthew Hurst at this end, I don't think had a clue that he'd been bowled. Roland Jones in, driven by Green to mid-off, and there's no run.
We could be wrong, but it almost looks from up here as though Hurst was looking at Stanley saying, "Are you an idiot? What are you doing walking in a situation like this?" Well, he bowled me, mate.
Just kissed the off stump, didn't it? Just kissed the outside edge of the off stump.
But it didn't move at all, that bail.
No.
It's the other one.
It's the other one,
And I've just looked at the face of Stanley to begin. He's pursed lips going, "Oh, what a ball that was. Oh, oh." And then he all of a sudden looks around and realises the bail's gone.
Green trying to force it away and does so. Cuts it away through the offside. These could be 4 valuable runs for Lancashire. They are. It gets Chris Green up and running. It also pushes the lead to 3 figures as well. 100 in front at 68 for 6. And that scorecard, another reflection on this game, which has seen ball pretty emphatically dominate bat. And partnerships few and far between, not just in this innings but across the match. As we mentioned before, just 150 partnership in this game so far, and then 3 partnerships of 40 or more across the match.
It's got to be worth a look again, that, hasn't it? Cricket, I mean, no other sport serves things up like this. Look at his pursed lips, which is we're watching the replay now. Here's Higgins in, bowls. This is pushed back up the track. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's very, very unusual.
You know, I mean, you commentate on football as well, and I've done it over the years, and you know, other sports, but cricket, just every single week it seems to serve up something new, doesn't it? Just watching again, Higgins bowling that one, pushing back up the track, first ball of the new over. 68 for 6. He's in again. Middlesex are at this, aren't they? There's no time wasted here. As he bowls outside of the off stump, Hurst leaves alone and through to the keeper. I mean, we've seen it happen before, you know, where oh, he's bowled him, you know, and bail's fallen off, but just that whole mechanism of the way it happened, and Hurst then questioned him, and the umpire seemingly as well. Well, he hasn't given him out. You could see Lloyd was almost peering, just having a look at it, but he was still locked really in the how's that from Roland Jones, who had no idea either. Higgins bowls. Oh, it lifts down the leg side. Has it taken bat or glove? No, it must have just been a bit of the hip, but the bounce there is the thing of note. We've seen a couple now, haven't we? There was one from Higgins to Stanley where, I think it was Stanley, wasn't it, where he only just about got that bat up in the air and it ballooned out of the gloves to third slip. I gave mention as well to Duke, for anybody joining the game, that Duke's in on loan behind the stumps, the keeper from Yorkshire. Replacement for the injured Cracknell, with Jack Davies, the other option for Middlesex, unavailable for personal reasons. As is Higgins in bowls outside of the off stump, squares up Hurst, through it goes, and the lead is 100. The lead is now 100, 68 for 6. That's all happened in the meantime as well. I've missed that it's gone to 3 figures. But
I did mention it, Kevin. I'm glad you were listening to me.
Who said that? What was it, 108 Derbyshire bowled for?
Yep.
I mean, look, 68 for 6. It really feels as though the game is in this next little 30-40 minutes down. Middlesex has got to keep them going. And a Green counter-attack here as well. We know how hard and how far Green can hit it. That might come into play because a quick 30 or 40 here. 3 slips, short leg, and Higgins in. Down the track comes Hurst, and he's beaten. He was a long way down the track, and by that point, I think he knew he was nowhere near it, so he was just trying to flail at the ball in defence. He's none from 10 now, and he's prodding away at the surface. The thing is, the pitch is as much in the batter's mind now as well, I'd say. But we often talk about momentum and debate momentum, but there's no doubt about it. Middlesex's tails are up, and Lancashire right now are hanging in there as Higgins runs in, Hurst bowls, and this is pushed into the onside. But that said, if you're either side right now, you'd prefer be Lancashire. They've got a 100 lead on the board at 68 for 6. 32 bowls.
Yeah, what have we had this morning? We've had 12 overs, haven't we, this morning, and it's 3 for 22. It's been a pretty breathless 50 minutes of cricket. The spell from Toby Rowland-Jones, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11. Higgins into his 6, just completed his 6 overs, 1 for 11. It's been absolutely compelling cricket to watch. Rowland-Jones to Chris Green, and there's that one to go through to the Middlesex wicketkeeper Harry Duke. This was 7th on the spin for Toby Rowland-Jones, but this is the moment, isn't it? With Lancashire 6 down, an hour and 10 to go till the lunch break. 3 slips waiting. There's a deep backward square leg, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and at mid wicket. Rowland-Jones to Green, drags the bat inside the line, and through it goes to the keeper. And takes a wander away to square leg Chris Green. Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey and James Anderson. The batters to come here for Lancashire. They've lost the night watchman Mitchell Stanley, Marcus Harris and Michael Jones so far today. Into Green, who gets in behind it and defends as carefully as he can, right in behind it, full face of the bat, bouncing back down to the Middlesex bowler. He's got 2 in this innings. Higgins has 4. It took 6 between them, Rowland-Jones and Higgins, in the Lancashire first innings. 6 between them again. Full and left by Green. Just swings away into the gloves of the keeper. And again, there's no run. There's a good crowd in this morning, actually. Quite a few people heading in through the gate when I arrived this morning as well. But
better than yesterday, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I think that's the forecast, or is it Saturday's a football day?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, game set up well, isn't it? Weather's decent.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you'd have looked at the forecast and you could get here today, you'd think, oh, this is going to be a good day's cricket.
Rowland-Jones into Green. And that's defended to mid-on. There's no run. It's also the last red ball game here until the end of August. So it's it's take your chance now if you like coming to Emirates Old Trafford to watch county championship cricket. You have to wait until end of August to see it again here. Lancashire with games at Southport next week, which will be a belting week, mind you, and then 4 days in Blackpool to come as well. Again, there are always good games at those venues. Comes back in towards Green, who's cramped for room, and then the ball just drops down, and he kind of side-foots it away. Chris Green. End of the over. Roland Jones continuing to probe away at one end. 68 for 3, Lancashire leading by 100.
So I was still picking through that dismissal of Stanley, because the next one to look at is the wicket-keeper and the slips. Who first realised he was bowled? Because the umpire didn't. Hurst was the last to know for sure.
Stanley didn't know.
Well, Stanley...
Until he looked behind.
The very last person in the middle to know, I think we can definitely say, was Hurst, because Stanley, it seemed, had to explain to Hurst why he was walking off. But behind the stumps, at what point did the keeper, so there's the nick, goes through to the keeper, they all run away in celebration, they're all appealing still, they're all appealing. Who first realises?
Duke's pointing. So if you watch Duke...
Forward goes Hurst, as this is pushed back up the track by Higgins and there's no run.
If you watch the Middlesex wicket-keeper, I think he spots it.
Because the slip cordon are imploring the umpire for a caught behind,
they are,
right to the last.
Duke, I think, spots it first.
Duke's the one that notices.
He starts to point there.
Yeah. but by that point, second and third are still appealing. I think Higgins notices relatively quickly after Hurst as well, after Duke. As Higgins runs in now, bowls, and forward goes the right-hander pushing. But it was brilliant. So they were the first. Like I say, we knew who the last to know was. Hurst was the last to know because Stanley had to explain it to him on the way off, and possibly to the umpire as well. And that's not knocking the umpire.
No,
it's genuinely
the
hilarity of the moment, which isn't that hilarious if you're Stanley or Lancashire. But I'm sure even Lancashire are looking at it going, "Wow." Just one of those cricketing moments. As is. Higgins runs in, bowls short, and this is hooked away down to long leg for a single. 69 for 6. The lead is 101. It feels like an eternity since the last run, actually. Maiden from Roland Jones last up. It would have been at least nine balls, but yeah. So the first to know was Duke, and the last to know was Hurst. Well, the last to know were you and I.
Oh, absolutely.
Until the replay.
Have a clue until we saw the replay.
He's walked. What's he doing walking? Higgins. 33.3 overs bowled of this Lancashire second innings. He bowls very wide outside of the off stump, and that's a mightily relieved leave from Green.
Of course, in the middle of all this is Lancashire trying to counter-attack. I mean, blimey, how do you go about doing that here? I mean, at the minute the runs have just dried up, haven't they? Is it just trying to survive for a little bit now and then see if they can go again? But I don't know. It's so tricky, isn't it, as to how to try and play this now.
Higgins bowls and Green leaves alone. Well, that was what you were saying, that by lunch we're only going at 2 and over, so they won't be that far ahead. But to be fair, in an hour's time, 32 runs in a match like this is it's a fair amount of runs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, they'll for sure be 140 ahead at lunch if they're still there. And again, if they're 9 down, you could have an extra half an hour, and who knows. But yeah, I mean, how long can Higgins and Roland Jones go on? That's probably what's on Hurst and Green's mind now. As Higgins is in, bowls, and this is left alone through to the keeper. It has to be. You've had an hour of these two now. So as much as Green is capable of sending this ball to all parts of Old Trafford, you've got to think, get through this spell. Get past these two and just see if the youngsters turn up as they did previously in the game, because they might not.
Yeah.
You know, if one of the youngsters is slightly off, then that's when Green and Hurst might be able to cash in and might be able to turn the game in Lancashire's favour fully.
He's going to have another one, is Roland Jones. This will be his 8th.
Well, it's going to be hard to take the ball out of their hands, but whether it's the skipper, I mean, the skipper will want them to go as long as they can, I'm sure, because it's no slant on the youngsters to say that youngsters can be inconsistent, and this is not the moment that Middlesex need inconsistency.
So here comes Toby Rowland-Jones again, in and balls to Hurst. Nudged away into the onside. There's no addition to the score.
I mean, Sharma, as we've seen, he's swift. And Morgan, he's quick too and deadly accurate. The two of them could go in and rattle through these last four in no times whatsoever, but it's that if, isn't it? If the youngsters are able to maintain their level of performance. Under great pressure as well, because that's the thing. Green will think, can we put the youngsters under pressure?
Hurst waiting. Rowland-Jones in and bowling. It's back in and hits Hurst. Deflects away into the offside. Hurst and Green come down to inspect again.
So you got Rowland-Jones even 5 years ago, but certainly 8, 9 years ago. Full flight on this surface, he'd have hurt people badly. The way that he gets extra lift, extra bounce, which was always, you know, brilliant accuracy, great seam bowler, but it was the extra bounce for me that just always did for batters.
Mid-wicket just drops a little deeper, he's in again, bowls. Hurst playing forward, the ball slides on past the edge of the bat, only just.
So we could go from the most resolute digging here against Rowland-Jones and Higgins to complete counter-attack against the youngsters.
Could be, yeah.
Because you say press the gamble button. We've had an hour of those two. If we can knock these two youngsters around, what do Middlesex do then? Because he just bowled Rowland-Jones and Higgins, not into the ground, but you know they've just had an hour-long spell.
Survival at the moment, it would appear. Hurst defending, takes his bottom hand off the bat, deflects it away into the onside. Ball just jags back in towards him. Seen quite a bit of that this morning. Seen quite a bit of that through the course of the game. Looks like maybe Morgan just limbering up there at backward point for Middlesex. So maybe a bowling change might well happen at the end of this over. 69 for 6, lead by 101. Pretty breathless hours cricket on this third day. In turn to the leg side by Hurst.
Other scenario for you is what if Anderson and Bailey get 10 minutes at them before lunch? So, can you imagine having to run out there and have 10 minutes against those two before the interval in a match situation like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure they quite fancy that idea just yet.
Who?
Anderson and Bailey.
Well, I mean, you say that. I mean, if it moves at a pace in the next 40 minutes and runs happen as well, and Green's slapping it around and leads 130 and 10 minutes before lunch, it would be horrible for Robson and Geddes.
Final ball of the over. And deflected down towards fine leg by Hurst. And take a single. Actually, he's pinched the strike as well. It's the end of the 35th over of the Lancashire second innings. Lead by 102 at 70 for 6.
There was a Durham match last week where Higgins was bowling. It was right towards the end of the innings, 8 down. He thought actually at that point, Durham, you're just taking time out of the game, so why don't you declare and have a dart at him? And they didn't. They went on to the next morning. They, rather than, you know, declaring, they weren't declaring behind. They were only 100 ahead, but it was the third evening, and only one side could lose the game. So Durham was still in their first innings. So he thought, well, declare now and have a little dart at them, take 2 off tonight, and all right, they're 100 for 2, but you might knock a couple more in the morning on what's a good batting surface, and then come out and knock off whatever you need to. They batted on the next morning for an hour and a half nearly with their number 8, 9 and 10. But you thought from Middlesex perspective, there has to be a little bit of, at the time, Josh DeCaries and Sam Robson that stood there in the slips thinking, here you go, can you just keep it wide outside off stump for a couple of overs here? Don't want to go out and bat in this tonight.
Yeah.
Now here's the change. Will it change Lancashire's approach? Will they go from a dig-in to an onslaught? It's Morgan, none for 3 from 3 so far, 70 for 6. He's right arm over the wicket, he bowls to Hurst, and that ball jags back in and hits him. He's just fended that off uncomfortably. He's worn it. He was trying to fend it off, and he walks away now and takes a deep breath, and it's hit up towards his rib, and he's bouncing away on his toes towards square leg. Shake it off. Go again, but that'll feel good for the youngster, Morgan. And he shouldn't have anything to fear at all, but if you were Lancashire, would you think at this point, rather than waiting for a good one, see if you can knock the youngsters off their length. And what do Middlesex do next then? As here's Morgan, he's in, bowls, it's full straight, it's turned to mid-wicket and it's a no ball. 72 for 6. The extras in this innings will annoy Middlesex because there was 5 for the ball hitting the helmet as well. So I reckon that's at least the 3rd no ball of the innings as well. Let's have a look. Oh, it's all go here at Old Trafford. We could all be going home by tea at this rate. Here's Morgan. Past the umpire, he bowls. Wide outside the off stump, that's cut away. Toe into the bat. Could be a boundary. Backward point giving chases go high. He will catch it up. The ball will slow up. And they've taken 2 more. 106 the lead. 74 for 6. A game between 2 big title promotion hopefuls. Very much on a knife edge here at the moment. Those extras for this innings for Middlesex stand at 12 of 74 for 6. 4 no balls, 1 wide, 2 leg byes and the 5 penalty runs as well. So here's Morgan in, bowls. This is pushed through that point region again off the back foot. This time just a push rather than a cut. But it'll be 2 more once again. And Gohar is the man who retrieves from backward point once more. For context, in this low-scoring game, the Lancashire first innings, there were 19 extras in their 201. 4 no balls, 4 byes, 11 leg byes. Leg byes you can't really put massively, or indeed the byes, given on the way that this surface has moved about, seamed and swung. It's the no balls really. 4 no balls in the first innings by Middlesex. Here's Morgan in, bowls. Oh, and another. Well, this one was somewhere between a cut and a punch and a carve. And he swishes the most aggressive cut in practice afterwards. He feels he's missed out on one there. Deep points dropping back. Here we go. So we've had a dot, a no ball, 2 twos, an almighty swing and a miss. And Middlesex drop back point, long legs back as well. Sharma's warming up. He's the long leg. And is this the point where Lancashire decide 4 wickets standing? They've got through Roland Jones and Higgins. Let's go. It's Morgan. He bowls on a length and it's run for a single by Hurst down to deep point where Gohar's just retreated. 77 for 6. Actually looking at it then, so Lancashire first innings, Middlesex bowled 4 no balls. Middlesex first innings, Lancashire bowled 8 no balls. And then the Lancashire second innings, 4 no balls. So on the no balls count, they're even in this match at the moment. 1 wide in this innings, but the 5 penalty runs as well. 77 for 6, a lead of 109. A low-scoring thriller here in Manchester as Morgan's in, seams one from outside off stump. It comes back into green, but it started comfortably enough wide for the tall enough off-spinning all-rounder green to leave alone on the back foot. And 77 for 6 it is after 36. Roland Jones 2 for 20 is done. 12 overs for him. And it is going to be Sharma. I think Roland Jones had conceded 8 off 4 overnight, so his spell this morning 8 overs for
2 for 12.
12. There we go. 8 overs, 2 for 12. Not bad. Certainly, again, if you'd have offered this situation to Middlesex and say, right, 77 for 6, you've had an hour and 5 minutes, would you take it, lead of overnight? They say, yes, please. But right now, it still feels though it's very much on a knife edge, and it's far from Lancashire's game to lose, but you just about prefer be Lancashire now. Only just.
Yeah, reassess that in the next half an hour. But it's that type of match, isn't it, where it has seesawed quite a bit. And now we've got the second phase of it with this double change. Sharma to her, 77 for 6. 3 slips in place. Edged. Oh, great catch. Sharma strikes with his first ball.
Umps are going to have a chat, are they?
Middlesex think it's carried. I think Hurst agrees. And Lancashire lose their 7th wicket. Terrific low catch at 3rd slip. And Sharma strikes with his first ball of the day. 77 for 7. Ryan Higgins with a sharp catch low down at 3rd slip to his right hand side.
Yeah, and it was low down, and the first reaction of Hurst was, did it? It did, yeah. Yeah, comfortably did. Hurst has a little look back at the pitch, a look at the umpires. What do you think, umps? Was that all right? Yeah, it was. It was as much disappointment, wasn't it, from Hurst? But fair play to him, no arguments whatsoever. Off he goes, and it was a good clean one. But good bounce. I mean, Sharma, what a first ball that is, Scott. That's a beaut. And you know, seriously, the two youngsters here. It still is Lancashire's chance. Try and knock them off. But Sharma, what a first ball that is. And look at the celebration from Sharma. Punch of the air.
It is, and it's on the back of such, as we've said, it's on the back of such an outstanding first hour from Higgins and Roland Jones. It does put pressure right back on the two young bowlers, doesn't it?
Well, you can imagine the feeling of them. They'll know, oh, blimey, I don't want to mess this up.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, and they won't have been in this match situation on many occasions. The high five there from Deploy to Sharma. Well done, young man, he says. 1 for 13 from 3.1. And I mean, this has been the highlight of the season so far for Middlesex, is that when the young bowlers have been good, they've been very good. This might need to be their finest hour, though, at this point, and we've talked about that forfeit that he got against Leicestershire at Grace Road, but if either Sharma or Morgan, or between the two of them, can finish this off very quickly for Middlesex, then they'll be getting some almighty pats on the back from their teammates.
Lead of 109, new batters Tom Hartley. Has he edged that? He has, it's 2 in 2, he's on a hat-trick, Hartley goes. What a start for Sharma. No wonder he's smiling, and his teammates are congratulating him. Smiles all round for Middlesex. Young Sharma's on the hat-trick. What a response to the start made by Toby Roland Jones. The bowling change over to the young man. He backs it up with 2 in 2.
He's a young man, but note the name, folks. Javier Sharma's got something about him. His action, his whip. But as we've just seen, with the first 2 balls of this third morning, under incredible pressure, he has produced right-hander, left-hander, 2 absolute beauts. And he's put Middlesex in a very, very strong position here, and he's given himself a chance of a hat-trick. Two outstanding deliveries, aren't they? But he's got pace, hasn't he? He's been clocked at 88. I mean, you know, we shouldn't get too carried away with the pace business. There's just talent. There's sheer talent there from Sharma, and Sam Robson has spoken about it. He said, look, in all the years that he's been at Middlesex, he's never seen a group of young bowlers come through like this. He said, this lot are different. He said they have got some serious talent. Noah Cornwell, Sebastian Morgan, young Feldman as well, Faulkner all-rounder. There's already Blake Cullen. Shank Kaushal as well burst through a couple of years ago and, you know, showed promise. But Javier Sharma, I have to say, I had a long chat with Phoebe Graham about it on air yesterday, and Director of Cricket at Middlesex, Alan Coleman, was explaining to me that the hyper extension that he has with his release, ball comes through very late, there's a whip in his wrists, his torso's through, you're almost as a batter, you're thinking that ball should have been on the way already, and then it comes through, and boy oh boy, hat-trick for Sharma. And what are they now? 8 down. Let's remind ourselves where we are. 77 for 8. Green 4.
The replay of that wicket there from Hartley, and again when you contrast it to the previous deliveries, ball to the right hander, an absolute jaffer first up to Hurst, he then produces a beauty to the left hander.
It's Sharma. He's got 4 slips, leg slip, short leg in place as well. Bailey's on strike. Sharma's right arm over, looking for the hat-trick, and it's edged past 4th slip. He played it at Bailey. It's going to run away, potentially for 4. It might just make the rope. It does. Good chase given. Oh, he wasn't giving that up. There's every single run here. So precious. But what a precious first 2 deliveries from Sharma. A real push at that one outside off stump from Bailey, and it went wide of the 4th slip. So close. Such drama.
And as you say, the chase there as well shows just how vital every run could well be here. No signs of giving that up to try and stop it going for 4. Lead of 113. Bailey's on 4. Here's Sharma in a bowls of answer to Tom Bailey, who ducks underneath it.
Good on you. Duke. Good on you, young man. And we've talked about an exhilarating match, but it's exhilarating because it's the seam attacks, isn't it? We haven't seen an over of spin in this game.
No, we haven't.
We haven't seen an over really a medium pace. You know, I mean, an over. there's a misconception about the pace of Higgins that he's some sort of dibbly-dobbly. He isn't. He gets it up around 85 when he really bends his back. So, it's been quite the game. But right now, this young man is in full flight. And it is a joy to behold watching him bowl.
He's into Bailey. But he'll push his way through the offside. A tumbling stop at cover point, and there's no run.
I was pressing Phoebe Graham yesterday. I said it's really hard to think who you can compare him to, just for anybody that hasn't seen Sharma yet. The way that his shoulder comes through so late, the hyperextension, that wrist's coming through, the whole torso's already gone, and then the ball goes through. It doesn't look remotely ungainly. It's actually only when you slow it down that you see it. But she said the closest you can think of, because of the hyperextension, is Jasprit Bumrah, because he has that similar, although it's a totally different action, but he has that similar hyperextension at the last.
4 slips and a short leg. Final ball of the over. Sharma in, bowls. Bailey edges, caught at slip. Sharma has 3 in the over. And Lancashire are 9 down, leading by 113.
That is some over, Scott.
Bailey helps it to slip. No mistaking there. And no wonder his teammates are congratulating Sharma, who sent down 6 outstanding deliveries. What an over, 3 in it.
We've just talked about all the pressure that's on the youngsters, and Sharma's produced that. 2 wickets to start, the edge off the 3rd ball going for 4, the bounce of 5th ball, 4th ball indeed, and then the last ball he picks up the wicket. What an over from that young man. That is truly, truly incredible at his age, under this pressure at Old Trafford. To produce something like that is superb. I mean, that is similar to what he produced at Grace Road, when everybody sat up and said, wow, what have we just seen? He blew Middlesex open against the Leicestershire Foxes, who were flying at that point last season, and Sharma turned the game with a spell like this. 4-wicket spell. Well, he's just taken 3 in an over, which is going to give Middlesex a very, very good chance in this game now. It's not to say it's turned the game, far from it. This is a bowler's match, and it will be to the very last run or very last wicket, whatever it is. A lead of 113. Derbyshire bowled out in a modest chase for 108 last time. Middlesex aren't home and hosed here, far from it. The runs are on the board, and the runs, as we have seen this morning, are at an absolute premium. And there's a man who will have a ball in hand at soon enough, you'd have thought, making his way out to the middle. We did say they may well have 10 minutes at them before lunch. What time is it now? Goodness me, they could have half an hour at them before lunch at this rate. 81 for 9.
I agree, but of course the psychology of I guess, of the run chase is different to trying to set a total, isn't it? Even though the pitch clearly continues to be bowler friendly. We've got a full day today, we've got all of tomorrow, but Middlesex firm favourites at this stage for me.
You almost don't want Morgan to take a wicket here, because you want to see Sharma bowl again. Is that good? And that's no disrespect to Morgan, because he's a beaut as well. You know, he's a genuine all-rounder, and they don't know whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler, but right now his bowling's superb. Absolutely superb. None for 10 from 4, Morgan. Sharma 3 for 17 from 4. Will he ever bowl a better over in his life? I mean, the pressure he's under as well in that. Morgan's in. 2 slips. He bowls. And a swing from Green. He misses. Deep point is back. Deep third is back. Deep square. Long leg. Mid off, mid on up. Covers in. They're thinking about it. Who else goes out? There's 2 slips. Green here is going to charge Morgan, no doubt about it. He's going to try to send this ball all around Manchester. There's a short boundary to the offside. We've seen a couple of 6s hit in there by Higgins. And Deploy, I think, got one in there as well, didn't he? Morgan past the umpire. Green, the right-hander formerly of Middlesex. He's beaten by a lovely ball. Oh, that lifts off a length. Not dramatically, not alarmingly. It was just a good ball, a little bit of bounce for the youngster. And the 2 young uns, boy oh boy, have they backed up Roland Jones and Higgins here. Brilliant first hour from the main men. And the young pretenders, well, they're more than that now, aren't they? They've shown already this season that they are both a force to be contended with as well. And it's exciting, not just for Middlesex, you have to say. I mean, Sharma, the way that he's bowled, And you've just seen in that over, Middlesex have seen glimpses of it for a while now. He could have a very big future ahead of him as Morgan comes in, bowls down the track, comes Green to him. It's a no ball as well, down to deep third. We were going through the no ball count and that helmet as well, 5 penalty runs. That's just tilted Middlesex past Lancashire in the no ball count in the match. Morgan checks his crease. It's his second in 2 overs. The lead's 115 now. Yep, 83 for 9.
I think that no ball made up their minds that they shouldn't cross on that delivery. They were thinking about a run, but with the no ball they retreated.
2 slips crouched down. Morgan runs in and Green drives all along the floor to mid-off, no run.
It's a great comeback ball, isn't it?
What does he do here? I mean, we've just seen that over from Sharma. I think he's waiting for the ball to hit, but Morgan hasn't really given him one.
Well, we mentioned about trying to counter-attack, but I mean the challenge of trying to counter-attack, lay bat on ball on this pitch has been, I mean, in itself is such a challenge, isn't it?
Well, Green has to dominate the strike here, no doubt about it. But it's to what extent does he go after? Does he go after Sharma in the next over? 3 balls left to this. Morgan's in. Green flays at one outside the off stump. It was a nothing shot. Feet didn't move. He just followed it. I think he's caught in 2 minds here himself, isn't he, Green? He's not.
Yeah.
You know, you've just seen. I mean, this is happening in such a flash. Fair play to him, Green. It's like, hold on a minute. What have we just seen from Sharma? He's going to have to try to get to that end in the next 2 deliveries and face that in the next over. But not only face it, he's got to find runs. They're 9 down, 115 ahead in what is frankly a low-scoring thriller here at Old Trafford, and is very likely to be to whatever the final moment may be in this game. Glorious sunshine, and thank goodness for that. The weather isn't going to interfere with us on this one. 83 for 9. Morgan buffeted by wind. He's in, bowls, and he finds the edge. Outside edge all along the floor. Green had opened up the stumps there, only really in defence though. It was just get the bat on it. Squirts away into the offside. The field's up. There's one to come at the over.
Where does he find his single? Where can he find his single and get on strike? There's the way that Morgan's bowling. There's not many opportunities here for Chris Green.
It's a 6-3 field. He just tries slightly to step across. He comes down the track and he goes up and over. Now how far over? It's cleared mid-off, it plugs, and they'll take just a single as Deploy retrieves it down by the hotel on the far side. So he will have the strike with the single. That was it. I mean, I was thinking he's got to clobber it here, and if he gets 4 or 6 for it, great. But if he just gets the single, fine. Yeah. 84 for 9.
Well, Sharma can't take his jumper off quick enough, can he? He's gone absolutely marching up to umpire Lloyd and handed his jumper over. He can't wait to have another go.
Yeah, he's standing shoulder to shoulder with Toby Rowland-Jones, not just in terms of physically in the middle at the moment, but in terms of his performances. A man with a very bright future. He's there, or Rowland-Jones is 6'4", I think, so Sharma's very close to it, 6'3" maybe, but 6'4". It's a relatively slender build, but broad enough shoulders. He's got a glide about his run-up as well. There's a smoothness about it. It's a sprint in, but it feels as though it's an effortless sprint. Just tiptoes across the surface at great pace.
And with great confidence. And rightly so. 3 for 17. He's into Green. Green down the pitch and swinging and missing.
This over, don't take your eyes off it. Every single ball of this over now.
Green's got 3 or maybe 4, but probably 3 deliveries to try and push the score if he can, and then it becomes about trying to get on strike for the next one.
That's just nipped away from him off the surface, hasn't it, as he's looked to swing him down the ground. Mid-off and mid-on are giving themselves a little bit of room.
Third man, deep backward point, fine leg, deep square leg. Sharma to Green, he pulls it, it's in the air, it'll land safely.
Land safely, it didn't even make the square leg umpire.
It didn't, did it? No, it was more height than distance. It's about 4 or 5 pitches to the right.
I mean, I was looking to the
I was at first.
the square leg, the mid-wicket hotel to our right. I can't find a way to describe this, the 2-hole. How do you do it? There's the hotel at the other end and the mid-wicket hotel. Is that the way?
That'll do. Yeah. Hotel at fine leg, hotel at square leg.
Yeah.
For Chris Green's batting. Lead of 116. There's Sharma. Into Green. Down the pitch he comes. In the end, it's a full toss, which is jacked back down the ground towards Sharma.
Got to be close, isn't it? To a no ball. Green had charged him.
Yeah,
So
he's come down, hasn't he? Yeah.
in some ways, makes it difficult for the umpire. If it's close, then you think, well, you've come down the track to him. See the replay. It must have been closer, right, though.
3 balls in. Green looking for runs, and then with one eye on the next over as well. Sharma in looking to polish it off, and Green looks to try and swing it out towards the onside, and he's caught. Toby Rowland-Jones takes the catch. Green didn't get a hold of it. Rowland-Jones makes no mistake, and Sharma signs off with 4 wickets. What a spell that is from Sharma. Lancashire all out for 84. And they've set Middlesex a target of 117 to win. And Sharma's picked up 4 wickets for 4 runs in 1.3 overs.
Well, you say that's it. What a spell. You know, was it 10 balls in the end? 10 balls he had. And 10 balls that might have just turned the game in a flash in his side's favour, but it's 117 runs will be the target, and that is not going to be easy, because Lancashire will come out exactly the way that Middlesex did, and really be making sure that every run's at a premium. Look at that scorecard. Forget the batters. 15, 18, 8, 2, 1, 10, 7, 5, 0, 4. It's extraordinary performance by Middlesex to keep themselves in this low-scoring game, but an extraordinary performance by that man Sharma. And there's part of me thinking, Scott, I wish he'd done that a bit slower, because I was enjoying watching him bowl. We've only seen 10 deliveries of what was, as you say, a brilliant spell, but it was just 10 deliveries. You almost wanted 10 overs of that to watch him bowl.
Yeah, superb stuff from Sharma. Partnerships, well, a rarity in this second Lancashire innings. They've been a rarity in truth across the game. But one decent partnership, 150 partnership for Middlesex should probably just about do it.
I mean, to be honest, even at this stage, if you were to say to Middlesex, you'll have a 30-run partnership, guaranteed, will you take it and then see what the rest get? You'd probably go, yeah, I'll take that, actually, 30-run, and hope the rest can just manage another 70 or so between them. But yeah, 50 runs, definitely. That should surely do it.
Should do it, yeah.
But that's easier said than done. We've only had one 50-run partnership, and again, it was the second stand of the match.
It was, yeah.
1 wicket down after 2 overs, and I do think at that point Middlesex themselves are still adjusting to the pitch, the surface, the ball, the conditions. You know, you're finding your pace, you're finding your, not so much finding your pace, but you're finding your length, you're finding your line on a surface.
Yeah, that's that one partnership of 56 between Jennings and Bohannon. There's a 41 between Jennings and Jones, and there were 2 40 partnerships in the Middlesex first innings. Deploy was featuring pretty heavily in both of them. First with Higgins for 44, and then with Morgan for 45. So slim pickings when it comes to batting partnerships in this game. And then we've witnessed just an outstanding spell there from. I mean, it was set up by Higgins and Rowland-Jones, but Sharma, boy, take a bow.
Yeah.
What a fabulous effort. 4 for 17 are his second innings figures,
which beats his 4 for 43 at Leicestershire last year.
Well,
it's only his 7th game.
Some effort. So 117 to win.
He'll be 21 in September the 10th. Navia Sharma from Isleworth in Middlesex. And a bowler of great promise and great potential. And he's got a couple of great performances in the bag early in his career, Leicestershire and now Lancashire. Well, we talked about the scoring rate in this one. If Middlesex were to go similarly at the 2 and over rate, when Robson and Geddes come out, you'd imagine they'll be playing this straight. They won't go reckless, because not from the top, Middlesex, in this chase. They'll go slowly from the top, surely, and say, look, let's see if we can get in. Let's see if somebody can get in and just hang on in there. As you say, 30 runs, a partnership of 50 maybe. Can somebody get in? If one batter scores 40, then Middlesex are going to be very close. Can somebody do it? Robson surely will go in and just knuckle down and dig in as best he can. And if you're bowled out, you're bowled out. But I think from top down, Middlesex, well, they're going to have half an hour to bat before lunch. It's got to just be survival. It's got to just be survival. Which means run rate potentially 2 and over, so to score 120 runs. It's a lot of overs. Could well be here to tea. 117 to win. BBC Sport bringing you live cricket from Old Trafford. Scott Reed, myself, Kevin Hand. We had Phoebe Graham with us the first couple of days, and we said to her, you won't be able to take your eyes off this one tomorrow. She's got a couple of games to attend and other business today, but she, like many others, I'm sure, will be watching the stream to have a quick look at what is going on. So we'll take a very brief break, just for a quick cuppa. You can hear in the background the catching practice is going on already. The bowlers will be out turning their arm over in a minute, and we'll be back in, well, less than a couple of minutes, I'd imagine, as we grab a quick cuppa just to get us through this last half an hour until lunch. Join us back just a couple of minutes here at Old Trafford, with Middlesex requiring 117 to win.
So here we go. What a 2.5 days we've had in this county championship fixture, and Middlesex are heading out to start their second innings, and their target to win is 117. There's half an hour left of the morning session which unravelled at a pretty rapid pace. Lancashire this morning with 3 wickets down, 45 for 3 overnight, 84 all out. Roland Jones and Higgins bowling beautifully in the first hour, and then young Sharma stealing the headlines with a brilliant spell. I think it was just 9 deliveries, 4 wickets, and he wrapped it all up. 117 to win, and it will be Jimmy Anderson to get us underway from the Anderson end, and Robson's on strike. Anderson in and bowls, and Robson gets run straight away, pushed away through mid-off. It will be Bohannon chasing after it. Won't quite reach the rope, but Robson comes back for 2. And Middlesex's run chase is underway.
He's missed out there, hasn't he, Robbo? That's it, he got 2 for that. Juicy full bunger. Jimmy's gone for the Yorker first up, probably. It was watchful from Robson, and that was what we were just saying before we went off air, wasn't it? Middlesex surely will grind this out for however long it takes, certainly to begin with. Anderson
To Robson, driven, gathered by Bohannon at cover. There's no run. Yeah, I think so. And then if the pattern of the game continues and wickets continue to fall, then it might become a little bit more frantic and a bit more.
But in that said, Lee's deploying at 4. If he comes, if they get to, it might be at 4. It might be when the number 4 walks out. That's when it changes. But the top 3, you'd have thought, knuckle down and just see how long you can hang in there.
Anderson's in again, bowls. Robson defends. That's off the inner half of the bat, so maybe just coming back in a little to Robson there. Deflects up to
well, he's looking to smother it, isn't he? And that is something Robson. He had a little unfairly this business about he wasn't good at judging. He had a problem on the off stump, his judgment. But that one there, it's a big stride across and a real smother that he has, which can make him a bit of an LBW candidate nowadays. But it's trying to take that bowled out of the equation, which no top order batter wants to be bowled.
2 without loss. Anderson bowls, driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 by Robson out towards deep backward point. Flashed away by Sam Robson. 4 takes the score to 6.
He's in good nick, Sam Robson. Really good nick. And if the ball's there for it, then they have to score the runs. So as much as we're saying dig in, that was a juicy half volley outside off, wasn't it? The greatest danger there for Robson was that he was stretching too far for it.
And they've got 4 slip catches in place, Lancashire, for something that might come off an edge from a drive like that. Anderson in to Robson. That's clipped to mid-on this time, where Bailey fields. And there's no run. 6 without loss. Robson and Geddes starting this Middlesex run chase. Conditions are fine today. If you're just joining our coverage across the BBC or on Lancs TV, forecast is good, weather's good. Game has been eventful as Robson nudges it off his hip out towards mid-wicket to complete the first over of the Middlesex second innings, and they are 6 without loss, requiring a further 116 runs to win. Correction, 111 runs to win.
One of the deliveries of the match was Bailey's first ball to Geddes in the first innings for Middlesex, wasn't it? There's been a few good deliveries since then, but at that point it's like, wow, that is some ball first up. Sharma's just produced 2 in 2 this morning in his first 2 deliveries of the day. But Bailey now to Geddes once more. He did a reasonable job, Geddes, but then he was slightly off. He was out with the leading edge, wasn't he? Slightly softly in the end, but he hung on in there on that first evening. How long can he hang on in there now? It's not a makeshift opener at all, but he's been elevated high up the order. As Bailey's in, bowls to him, and Geddes drops the bat down inside the line of that one as it moves away outside off stump, off just short of a length. 3 slips, backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Lancashire in the field they're going to have to be faultless, aren't they, as well? The catch in, if a chance comes your way, take it.
Yeah.
Do not let it go. But they must be a little shell-shocked by what's happened this morning, as here's a length ball wide outside of the off stump through to the keeper, 6 without loss, and if they are, they've got to shake it out. Because you can imagine you're walking around the field, one of the batters this morning, or anybody this morning, just thinking a little bit, wow, what just happened there?
Yeah, they can't afford any slip-ups here, can they?
Yeah. So, yeah, they need to be full of chatter, full of energy in the field right now. Here goes Bailey. What they need is that first breakthrough just to really get them going. He's in, and Geddes gets right in behind this, pushing back.
Well, they probably need 2 before lunch, don't they?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, how many overs are we going to have? As you said, the scoring rate, barring heavy counter-attack by Middlesex, to an over. They were going at this morning. If Middlesex do dig in and go at that, we're here for a long time for them to chase down 120, but I'm sure they'll be hoping that Middlesex are no more than 15 on the board when they walk off, whatever that wicket column is. As Bailey's in, bowls, and Geddes drives back to him watchfully, just a push. I mean, yes, it'd be 2 down at lunch would be great, would be good for Lancashire. But I don't need to panic. If it's 0 down at lunch, I don't think it's game over as long as it's no more than 15 on the board. Because you come out then after lunch and say, come on, get that first one going and just get them all going. First bit of cloud cover of the day. Only one puff of cloud somewhere disturbing the otherwise unbroken sunshine we've had at Old Trafford, as Bailey moves in, bowls, and it's onto the leg side and worked to long leg by Geddes. He's off the mark, 5th ball, so Robson has a ball to face of Bailey's over, 7 without loss. There's just a bit of calmness now, isn't there? Whereas, which is strange to say, because there shouldn't be and there can't be from a Lancashire perspective, but that's why that first wicket needs to go and well, the jitters going again.
Absolutely, the feel of it at the minute is just he's perfect for Middlesex, isn't it? And it might well be, as you touched on, Kevin, a sense of like she's been a bit shell-shocked, and which is understandable as to what's happened in the morning session.
4 slips in place now as Bailey is in, bowls, full swinging and driven to mid-off. They'd just taken out cover to put in at 4th slip, and I thought he was going to slam it through that gap, Robson, but again, watchfully done. He just drives to mid-off and there's no run. 7 without loss, 2 bowls. We have 21 minutes to lunch on the 3rd morning at Old Trafford.
Yeah, 84 all out Lancashire, the 45 for 3 overnight. Some morning session, that.
Well, the big thing as we sat here and watched it, and I think it's very fair to say, how are the youngsters going to back up the 2 main men for Middlesex and back them up? Boy, oh boy, did they. I mean, Sharma's upstaged everybody in the game with that over, that spell.
Here comes Anderson. Lancashire desperately needing a breakthrough or 2 before lunch. Get his drives into the offside, there's no run.
Just checks the footholds there, doesn't he, Anderson, on the way back? It's a couple that he's not so much let slip out, but just been loose starts to his first 2 overs.
Lancashire needing a star man again. It's for the LBW, but I think he's inside edge, that. They're up jumping behind the slips, but there's nothing from Anderson.
Geddes rubbing away at his back hip.
Yep. Any height to the issue there then. If there was no bat on that, there was nothing from Anderson really. Bit of excitement from behind the stumps.
He might have inside edged it onto the back hip, but yeah, height is Geddes' suggestion the problem as well.
Anderson back in to Geddes, playing and missing.
That's what they need though. That's the first real ball of you're nowhere near it. Geddes looking to defend, push at one just outside off, and he's beaten all ends up. Offered one loose one in the last over, didn't he, which had Robson on the stretch. Picking up a couple with it though, but it As I say, it was almost as though it was so loose that it could have drawn a problem for Robson as well.
Anderson to Geddes, that's turned into the onside. Fielded by Bailey at mid-on, and there's no run. It's a wonderful contrast, isn't it, between the sense of calm that the Middlesex batters are trying to get over,
Yeah.
and then somehow Lancashire whipping up some jeopardy and uncertainty and wanting to make 117 feel like an awful lot more.
Well, it could
He's
even
now
just,
110.
it might not even be a wicket, it might just be one delivery that really gets them all going in the field, get the chatter going.
Anderson in. It's the LBW again. Well, certainly the slips do, but again Anderson in the end not really convinced by that. But they've had a couple of shouts in this over, which has got them going a little bit, you would think.
Well, I think it has hit the hip again, the back hip of Geddes once more, but what that also tells you is that's twice he's slightly squared him up. And yeah, height problem on that one. It's almost up towards the hip. Top of the
pocket,
thigh.
isn't it? Yeah. A couple of shouts in the over though. Lancashire need a little bit more than that before the lunch break. Geddes defends. Gets right in behind it and plays it back to Anderson. That's the most testing over so far in the three we've had. And it gets a nice little ripple of applause from those inside the ground watching. 7 for no wicket, Middlesex in their second innings. I'm sure plenty of chatter amongst the Lancashire supporters inside the ground watching this game. Wondering where it's all going to go from here.
I mean, if anybody will do it, it's Anderson, and well, the pair of them, it's Anderson and Bailey, isn't it? If anybody will defend 117. How many did they get through of the 108 in the Derbyshire bowl-out? What was the split of the wickets in that particular finale? As his Bailey's in, bowls onto the pads, and that's clipped. That's Robson's scoring zone, and he might score 4 for it. Long leg's going to get around and hold them to 2. It's a short boundary there, so they won't be thinking about a third.
They got 6
between
them. Anderson 4 for 18, Bailey 2 for 25.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking at here, really, isn't it? You need the same again from those two, and then there's a chance. And of course, they'll get 2 spares. They'll get another 2 for opening spells, won't they? They'll get this one before lunch now, and they'll get another one afterwards. As here's Bailey in, bowls to Robson, hits high up. They've gone up behind the stumps. Bailey wasn't interested at all. Didn't, for a moment, flinch. The bowler. No. It was high up on the hip.
Well, Matthew Hurst signalled to Graham Lloyd, do you think that's going down leg? And Graham Lloyd went, nope, I think it's too high.
Yeah. For once, we had the best position, didn't we? I mean, like the bowled one, we couldn't see a thing because we were at the other end, but this one, front on the bowler down below, as we could see how high up that hit on the hip of Robson. As Bailey, who wasn't interested at all, he's in again, bowls, and it's a lovely ball. That has Robson in doubt, fending off the stumps. He was thinking about the onside again now, and you see him again, first line up the close of the face and the look towards square leg, and then he lines it up again as if he's defending straight back down the track. So
yeah, it's that doubt, isn't it, that Lancashire got to keep probing away at.
Well, no better example of two minds there, as he replayed the 2 options that he thought he had. 9 balls from Bailey so far, none for 3. He's in, bowls, and onto the legs again. He gets away with it. Robson clips it to mid-wicket, and no ball called. Oh, that's made it even for the no balls again in the match. The 5 penalty runs is still the costly one for Middlesex.
Yes, it hit the helmet, didn't it? The ball hit the helmet yesterday behind the keeper.
At this stage now, they've both conceded 10 no balls in the game. And in a low-scoring affair, that's a decent chunk, as Bailey is past the umpire. He bowls onto the legs again of Robson, who works him fine. Down to long leg. It's just a single, 2 to come of the over. I mean, look, he's attacking here, which means, you know, we talked about again that partnership on the first morning. Middlesex are bowling in a channel just outside off, 50-run partnership. Since then, it's been make sure you are hitting off stump as often as possible. Keep hitting that stump, and that means if you're slightly off, there's runs to the leg side. You're obviously on a slightly fuller length as well, so there's runs to be had. Bailey's just been a little too straight in this over, and he comes now to Geddes, brings this one back in, and Geddes defends it on the front foot. One's come of the over, 12 without loss.
Yeah, they're desperately needing something, a little pick-me-up here, aren't they, Lancashire? if the pattern of the first 4 overs is replicated in the next 15 minutes.
Well, I said to you no more than 15 before lunch. It's 12 without loss in the fourth.
There'll be 2 very different feelings in both dressing rooms at lunch. They Lancashire need something here in this next 15 minutes.
Bailey bowls, and Geddes squirts a single in front of point as he defends. He was not too far forward to that one, was he, as he trapped the bat down, and for the thick outside part of the bat it squirts for the single. 13 without loss, 4 bowls. A run rate of 3.25.
Yeah, and well, it's the usual customers here that Lancashire are relying on again. They're relying on that man once again. They've relied on him a lot already this season. He's far and away top of the charts with the wickets for Lancashire this season, and indeed right up there with the leading wicket takers in the country. He's in to Geddes. Geddes drives. It's a lovely shot. Bailey will chase after it, but he might just escort it in the end towards the boundary. It will reach the rope. It will be 4. Just to start this that Middlesex were hoping for. 17 on the board.
Well, from the batter's perspective, it's quite a calm start, isn't it? There's been no real alarm bells just yet.
No. 17 without loss. Geddes on 6. Anderson's in. Geddes defends.
And you had to credit them for that, because Anderson and Bailey aren't doing much wrong. As I say, Bailey in that last over was just slightly too straight. Wasn't too costly, but you know, he's worked leg side too many times in the over, wasn't he? And Anderson, interestingly, it's been the first ball of each of his 3 overs. He got away with it first ball, which was pushed for 2. Second ball, first ball of second over, he got away with it, and first ball of third over was driven for 4. But other than that, he's been on the spot every ball.
He's in again to Geddes. Through it goes to the keeper. That's one that has just misbehaved. That's kept low. That's skirted through to Hurst, about barely kind of shin height.
Well, if that doesn't get him up for it, I mean, if that was on the stumps, there's nothing keeping that out in the world, is there?
No. Team for no wicket. Halfway through the 5th. Anderson bowls again. Worked across the pads into the onside. They've sprinted through for a good single. Positive by Geddes and by Robson. Clipped away to mid-wicket and through for 1.
Well, it was a fair chance after the ball before that one was going to be angling back in towards the stumps, ensuring without any shadow of a doubt that on a length he'd have to play at it. And well played, Geddes. He's done well here. 17 faced, 7 runs to his name. Say elevated to opener. It's a hard ask, isn't it, to say go on, up you go, and especially when you confront it with these match situation, this match situation here.
Single takes it into double figures. 99 required. Anderson into Robson down the leg side. That's beaten the reach of the wicket keeper. Thuds into the advertising board. There's nothing on it. 4 byes. Here's the signal from the umpire.
Oh, if it continues at this rate, good luck interviewing Jimmy at the end of this one. Sending strength to you already, Scott. He's going to be grumpy, isn't he?
22 without loss. 95 needed.
But one delivery could change everything here, because it's that doubt into the batter's mind, isn't it? It's getting the tails up of Lancashire as well.
Anderson to Robson, and just nudges the ball away off his hip. It'll be Hurst that will catch up with it. Robson through for a single. Is that the end of the over? Has he pinched the strike? He has, yeah. End of the 5th over. Robson 9, Geddes on 7. 10 minutes remaining of the morning session on the 3rd day. And it's very quiet out there for Lancashire, which is exactly what Middlesex want. They've somehow got to try and find a way back into it. A wicket will do it, obviously, but they need more than that.
They should know, shouldn't they, how this match has gone. It's only 1 ball changes the passage of play considerably. 1 wicket here, all of a sudden you turn 1 into 2, and Middlesex are starting to doubt. Here's Bailey starting the 6th over of the innings. He's in, bowls little too straight again, and it works fine for 4. Robson moves to 13 from 15. Glancing fine. You can't bowl onto the legs of Robson. You can't give him anything on the onside.
Actually, I was saying 10 minutes to lunch. That's not true, is it? Lunch is at 1:10, isn't it?
Oh, good man.
So,
of course,
20 minutes left of this session. 1:10 lunch.
27 without loss. Bailey, 3 slips now. Bowles and Robson's forward, pushing to cover. There's no run. I mean, what you do have to do is give huge credit here to Robson and Geddes as well. Although we're analysing lines and lengths at the moment, and feeling like they're a little quiet in the fields as a result, but part of that is the way that Robson and Geddes, they've looked so assured out there. And how often have we said that about a batter in the game? And after the morning we've just seen, and the 2 bowlers they're facing right now, you have to say high quality cricket from Robson and Geddes as well. The way they've gone about their business in this short passage, as this is veering back in from Bailey on this occasion, and a single turn to long leg. That one was a more aggressive ball that veered back in, as opposed to the line was wrong. Single taken.
I mean, going back to the feeling here inside out there in the middle, and obviously Lancashire are pretty quiet because the odds are stacked firmly against them. And they're in a situation again where they're relying on their bowlers to dig them out of a hole that the batters have got them into.
Bailey to Geddes, bowls full straight, driven down the ground, and it should be for this. It's a lush outfield. He's got a good chunk of it. The chase is not given up by Lancashire, and it is pushed back in at the last. And it's Anderson of all who dives forward and flicks it back in. I mean, what an effort.
Yep. He's leading by example, isn't he? And that's the very, very definition of it there from Jimmy Anderson.
30 without loss. 117 is the modest target at this stage now, as forward goes Geddes, and no balls called. 32 without loss. I say it looks a modest target at this stage because even 117 looked a tall order by the way that the match has gone so far, and by the way that Middlesex went through them this morning. But you have to give huge credit now to Middlesex, because, and especially Navia Sharma, that 4 wickets, 10 balls, 3 in and over, could be what has decided this match. As Bailey's in, bowls to Geddes, clips him to mid-wicket, and he held the pose for a minute. I wasn't the first thought was, he's either clipped it in the air straight to him, is thinking, what have I done, or he's clipped it so sweetly it's racing for 4, but it was all along the floor to the fielder. But they're playing a different game out there at the moment, Geddes and Robson, aren't they? And again, the credit really has to go to Navia Sharma on that, because he has put his side into a very, very good position, and now these two are grabbing the opportunity with both hands. As Bailey is in, bowls, Geddes punches him away outside of the off stump. He's flayed that one through point for 4. 36 without loss. Geddes moves to 13 from 21. And Lancashire, well, we didn't think we'd say this, but after 6 overs they might have to think about a change here before lunch.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Anderson's just said to Mitchell Stanley. You see the replay of that 4 cracked away, and at the end of it, Jimmy points to Stanley, you're on at this end. I think Stanley's going to replace Bailey, and Balderson's going to replace Anderson. So I think it will be a double change.
Well, nothing's done yet. There's a lot of runs to score, and as we've seen, once they get going, the wickets, they keep going. But boy, oh boy, what a day this has been. This third, I mean, we were talking about they might just get it to the 4th day. You know, Lancashire, if it is into the 4th day, Lancashire maybe are winning it. But by lunch, which is still what, 20 minutes?
15 away, yeah.
15 away.
Anderson out of the attack. Balderson comes in to replace him. Robson on strike. Chipped away! Great catch! Brilliant catch from Tom Bailey. Clipped by Robson out towards mid-wicket. What a fabulous diving catch by Tom Bailey away to his left-hand side. Well, Lancashire need a bit of magic and then some to get themselves back into this game, but maybe that might just set them on their way. 36 for 1.
Well, we said it with about 35-40 minutes on the board this morning. This is the match now. Middlesex have to see this through. They have to skittle them now, or the game will get away from them. That might just be Lancashire's moment to turn it back. It's the manner of the dismissal as well, the catch, the first ball as well for the change bowler. How big a change of fortunes will it be for Lancashire? The wickets, when they get going, they keep going in this game. And it's a costly first wicket partnership, make no mistake about it, but they've got the breakthrough now, Lancashire. And there's the catch. Pounce from Bailey. Just seen it on the replay.
Yeah, this would be a good view of it, won't it, from side on here. Terrific take from Bailey.
Look at Robson's response. Bends forward over his bat, head dipped, head bowed, because he'll feel it was soft. First ball from the change bowler, and he chips it to mid-wicket, perhaps a little carried away. And we so often say your strength is your weakness, isn't it? And that is a big scoring area for Sam Robson. I'm going to say he got carried away with the situation, because again, just a ball before that we were talking about what an incredible performance it was. The calmness and composure of the pair of them, but that was what Robson's disappointment was, I'm sure, to think, I should not have just given that away there. Has it just given Lancashire a little bit of hope?
It's a little peak, isn't it? It's a little peak.
They've got to make this a massive 15 minutes to lunch now, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Max Holden, the new batter. Balderson's in to Holden. That's a nice ball. That beats him and it's through to the keeper.
Game changes in a ball, doesn't it? All of a sudden, next one beats the edge.
Yeah, but Lancashire don't need it to beat the edge. They need to find the edge.
Well, they do,
It's
but
a lovely delivery, isn't it, from Balderson?
But look, two deliveries. First one was a bit of a gimme from Robson. The second one is a beaut to Holden.
36 for 1. Balderson to Holden. It's a little shuffle forward and pushing away into the offside.
Well, we haven't seen that yet, have we? A little shuffle. I mean, Max does like to use his feet. As I said, Leas does at 4 as well. Leas deploy, but Max Holden will. Trigger movement. Every ball is boom boom, front foot out of the crease. But equally, you know, Robson and Geddes are as calm as you like to this point. I'm sure Max will be as well.
Balderson to Holden. Again, just on the walk, just a little half step forward, then defends to mid-off. There's no run. 36 for 1.
What did you say they've got to have them 2 down at lunch?
I think it's 2 at the minimum, isn't it?
Yeah. It feels it now with that 36 on the board.
Yeah.
But again, you know, one delivery can change everything. As the wicket has, all of a sudden we're sitting up a little bit more straight, and then you can see out in the field, here comes the helmet for the wicket keeper to stand up to Holden because of exactly that, the trigger movement. Bang bang, he's down the track with his trigger movement before the bowler's even bowled. So deep within his crease, he'll begin now.
2 to go in the over. Balderson to Holden. Set down the leg side, just trying to shovel it away is Holden. Deflects off something.
Keeper's gloves, isn't it?
Keeper's gloves, right. 36 for 1. So got the 3 slip catches.
He's done well there, standing up down the leg side to at least get the gloves on it, because if not, that's four byes, isn't it? And again, the feeling changes again in the delivery.
Into Holden. Lovely drive, but Hannon's chasing after it up towards the boundary. He'll come back for 2. He's done well to catch up with it. I mean, that's the end of the over as well. 38 for 1. Geddes on 13, Holden on 2.
That's the thing, we've talked about the scoring rate in this match, but of course, how many shots in this match where off the bat you're thinking that's 4, and then it's all of a sudden 2, because it is such a lush outfield. Has he hurt himself there fielding that one? He's run down to come back holding his hip.
Ooh, right. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, welcome listeners on Sports Extra 2 to Old Trafford, where we are watching a low-scoring thriller here. 117 is the target for Middlesex. 38 for 1 is the score, and you'd think that, well, they've taken a fair chunk out of this. They have, but the way this game has gone, when wickets tumble, boy oh boy do they tumble. 201 has in the end turned out to be a very good first inning score by Lancashire, and at the time I did wonder if Middlesex, just on a couple of occasions that innings, allowed them to get too many. Middlesex was skittled for 169, but then came out and bowled Lancashire for 84. As here's Stanley in, bowls, and he's slammed by Geddes into the hotel, and what a shot that is, short of a length. It's a favoured shot of Geddes. He will pick up on length and go big he has into the hotel for 6. Yeah,
welcome to the party, Mitchell Stanley.
Yeah.
Absolutely clobbered out towards the leg side for 6.
Well, he loves the short stuff, Geddes, and at the start of last season, teams would use it against him that early in the innings they'd send the bouncers down because he won't hold back. There's a deep square set back now and a long leg, and Stanley's in. He bowls a Yorker this time, and he's clipped wide of mid-on, and Anderson will have to come round and just be sure about his footing here as he is, and holds him to a single. It wouldn't have made it for 4, but it could have squirted through for a second, and to some extent it's good for Stanley that Geddes is off strike for a moment. 20 from 23. Geddes has 6 to start the over, and now the single. Big story of the morning, really. Navia Sharma, 10 deliveries that if Middlesex win this match, you'd probably say those 10 deliveries were what it. 3 wickets in an over, and then came back in the next over and picked up a 4th wicket as his Stanley with the butte to Holden. Beats the forward defence of the left-hander. To his credit, he didn't follow it. And pushed too hard at it, played the line. 45 for 1 it is, but Sharma's spell this morning, albeit only 10 deliveries, it was one of the most exhilarating overs you'll see. His first, he started with a wicket, then he got a second. He was on a hat-trick ball with his 3rd delivery, which took an edge from Bailey and raced wide of 4th slip for a couple. A bouncer followed. He had another wicket, then by the over was out. 3 in the over and came back in his next over and wrapped it all up. As here's Stanley in, bowls onto the pads, and he's clipped fine by Holden. Long leg will have to mind his work as well. He's done well, and Holden comes back for the second, and they are through. 47 for 1. Holden 6. My apologies, 2 more added to the total, so he's 4 from 7. Scott Reed and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the coverage today at Old Trafford for the BBC. As Stanley turns away from us, 3 slips, gully, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. He's in, bowls, and this is driven away in between cover and mid-off, and it's Anderson who for a moment thought about diving for it. He'll have another dive on the rope, and it beats him for 4. Scampering, the skipper. He just pulled one back a minute ago, turned 4 into 2 with a last-minute dive, and this one at first it was perhaps there for the dive at the first instance, hold him to a single. It wasn't, and he realised he's got to really get a scamper on to try and catch it, and couldn't. Short boundary away to our right, and 4 for Holden. 51 for 1. We're only in the 8th over. Runs have been at an absolute premium in this match. As Stanley around the wicket now, bowls to Holden, who defends into the offside. And 13 off the over. Well, they went for the change because Bailey was costly to begin. The Geddes 6 to start that over. A shake of the head from Balderson as he retrieves the cap and the sweater. 50 and a kick of the dirt as well. Yeah. And that sums pretty much everything up for Lancashire now. It's very close to last chance saloon. They were blasted out for 84, and they've got 66 runs to play with here to find 9 wickets.
Yeah, they shouldn't really be failing to win from this position, should they, Middlesex now? This might be the last over. They might get one more in perhaps before lunch. As Balderson comes in, he started nicely. That comes back into Geddes. Wicket with his first ball of the spell, replacing James Anderson. Stunning catch from Bailey. Lancashire were hoping maybe that was a bit of magic that might get them going, but they're running out of opportunities, they're running out of time, and they're running out of runs to defend.
Well, they've got to get Geddes now, haven't they? 20 from 24. Right, Holden's got away a cracking drive there, but
Balderson to Geddes, punch to mid-off. And there's no run.
He's looking punchy. Geddes, isn't he?
He is.
He likes to feel bat on ball. We saw it in the first innings, didn't we? We talked about it when he was under pressure, and that he will be positive.
And he can chance his arm here, can't he? You know, they need 60 to win, and they've got 9 wickets to do it. He can afford to chance his arm a little bit if he wants to here.
But he hasn't done anything particularly reckless yet, though, has he? Because even the 6, it was dropped short. It's a big scoring area for him.
Balderson to Geddes, that's walloped away towards the leg side. And that's 4 more.
That was chance your arm. That was a drag across the line. But again, he clearly sees it very early, Geddes, because that wasn't short, but he decided, I'm going back and this is going leg side.
Yeah, he was a bit of a flash, wasn't it, through the leg side, but
it was wide outside off stump, but he obviously saw it early enough that he thought this is going.
Actually good from Biedis. This is on the back of that wicket that might have just sparked a bit of life in Lancashire with that.
They were delighted when they got him from Surrey. He was next cab off the rank, but he'd been waiting a while.
Waits for Balderson. He drives off the inside half of the bat. Squirts away to square leg. He wanted 2, but Hurst is quickly to it. So it'll just be the single for Geddes. He moves to 25, 56 for 1.
Richard Johnson, the old head coach, was, I think, the main driver in getting Geddes where he'd been at Surrey himself as bowling coach. He was the main driver in getting Geddes in, and Middlesex will reap the reward of that, it would seem, for years to come. Of course, we've barely even spoken about Dane, have we? Dane Villas.
No.
Interim coach last season. He was very close to getting the job.
Was he? Okay. Yeah. Balderson to Holden. That's defended to mid-arm. There's no wrong. He did a pretty good job, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I
think,
think, like I said all along, I thought Richard Johnson was very unlucky to lose his job.
Okay.
Very unlucky, and Dane came in. It was kind of all. I think he really felt for the old coach. Thought, they had a good little run in the T20. With a couple of fine moments, and Middlesex, let's be honest, have been awful at T20 for 20 odd years, and they had one of their best little runs, but a couple of small moments went against them.
Turned away to the leg side by Holden. Actually gets a single here, just drops it out to mid-wicket. It's just gone to the right of Harris at mid-wicket, to the left of mid-on, and a run gets him back on strike. 1 over to go before the break, and it's 57 for 1.
And that's why there was a bit of surprise about Johnson going, because Middlesex overall, in the championship as well, they weren't doing much wrong, but clearly the decision was time had come for a change because they weren't doing enough right, was pretty much the summary of it. So felt for Johnson a little bit, and you then kind of felt for Dane Villas as well, because you've just had a popular coach lose your job. It's a hard position to step into, isn't it? And it rarely happens as well. It's not often that a coach goes and everybody's scratching their heads a bit. 3 slips, crouching down behind Holden as here's Stanley beginning the new over. It's leg side, a cry of catch. Has he got him? He has! He's flicked at one down the leg side. There was a bit of seam movement that just came back into Holden, who was then inside the line of it. And a fine little tickle through, and boy oh boy, did they need that. Will that be lunch? It will. That will be wicket and lunch for Stanley. And Holden, disappointed, no disappointment at the decision, just at the manner of the dismissal from wide on the crease, around the wicket, down the leg side, and a little inside tickle, and Holden has to go. It should still be Middlesex's game, 57 for 2 in the 10th over, only 117 to 118, target's 117, so 60 runs, 8 wickets. Well, they were shot out themselves this morning for 84, and that is what they will tell themselves over lunch. We go out after lunch and have the session that they had this morning.
Well, it is going to need something special, isn't it? They need a sensational session of cricket.
He might get the reset at lunch. All of a sudden, Anderson and Bailey come out and seam it all over the place, swing it round corners.
Well, that wicket maybe just giving Lancashire a little glimpse of hope going into the afternoon session. But it's been brilliant for Middlesex. Let's make that point emphatically, if we've not done so already. Outstanding with the ball and positive with the bat. They're almost there. They only need 60 more. Can they do it through the course of the afternoon, or can Lancashire find something spectacular and claim 8 more wickets? Lunch on this 3rd day. We'll take a break. We'll catch you in 40 minutes.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
teaching across 4 different campuses. the Old Trafford campus, UA92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UA92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the afternoon session on the third day. The two not-out Middlesex batters heading out to the middle. Of course, the wicket right on the stroke of the lunch break means that Lias Deploy is heading out with Ben Geddes. So the Middlesex captain, who was ultra positive in the first innings, presumably, I say presumably, who knows, but will he continue that kind of positive approach here? They're within 60 runs of victory. Oh, Middlesex, Lancashire, well, maybe all hope has gone. That wicket on the stroke of lunch just about maybe keeping them in the match, but boy, it's going to take something special here. 57 for 2. So 8 wickets for Lancashire, 60 runs required for Middlesex. And an absolutely breathless morning session. It just went along at a rapid pace. Lancashire's second innings, well, dissolved away in truth to a 45 for 3 overnight, 84 all out. Brilliant spell of bowling from Sharma. And it's positioned us here with Middlesex eyeing up a victory. Stanley in, he goes full to begin with to Deploy. Well, that's clipped down towards Chris Green on the fine leg boundaries, so a single for Lias Deploy. He's off the mark straight away. If you're just joining our coverage on this Sunday afternoon across Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and app, or where have you been? You've missed some morning with how many wickets fell this morning? Was it 8 wickets in the morning? It's a lovely straight drive by Ben Geddes. 4 runs down the ground. Bahannon's doing his best to catch up with it, but in truth, as soon as that left the bat, that was 4. He has been terrific in this second innings. 29 runs. Looking on the scorecard, might not seem a great deal, but in the context of the game, this might well be a match-winning innings from Ben Geddes. 29 not out, 62 for 2, 55 required. Mitchell Stanley for Lancashire over the wicket and balls, and dropped into the offside for no run. Actually, we had 9 wickets, didn't we, that fell in that morning session. With the dismissal of Holdham with the final, well, on the stroke of the lunch break. Those that have come to the ground, and there's a decent crowd on for this, what it will be the final day. I've witnessed a pretty eventful couple of hours of cricket. 62 for 2. Geddes on 29. Stanley in and balls, it's full and it's whipped off the toes down to fine leg. Balderson's down there for Lancashire to field. A single for Geddes takes him to 30, a run of all 30, which in this scenario is absolutely terrific for Middlesex, and it might well prove to be, in terms of this final innings of the match, the difference maybe. Final ball of the over, which started just prior to lunch. It's about to get wrapped up 40 plus minutes later. Deploys on strike. Stanley around the wicket to Deploy. Has he edged it? He has. Middlesex skipper's gone. Well, the over started with the wicket before lunch and it ends with the wicket after lunch. Lias Deploy nicks off to Matthew Hurst, and Middlesex are 3 down. 63 for 3, and Deploy departs for 1. And a lovely piece of bowling by Mitchell Stanley around the wicket to the left-hander. Just angled in, straightens, finds the edge. Super ball. We've seen some good deliveries in the game. There's wickets continue to tumble. Hurst doing the rest. Stanley with the fist bump. Lancashire doing their best to hang on here. Deploy departing is a big boost for Lancashire. Half an hour or so of Deploy and Geddes batting in. That's probably that. Just the start that Lancashire would have been hoping for. Caleb Falconer is the new batter heading out. The young man who faced Bailey and Anderson on debut in the first innings. He got 11, but I think the whole experience and those 11 runs will count for plenty in his fledgling kind of career. He's heading out to join Geddes. Crucial that Geddes stays around here for Middlesex. They're just hanging on in the game, Lancashire. 63 for 3, 54 to win, or 7 wickets.
Oh, I know the feeling, Scott, I know the feeling. Just hang on in there. Well, that's an over, not too dissimilar to Sharma's in terms of impact, but how will it impact the innings and impact the match? Here's Balderson. Right arm over, he bowls. Oh, Geddes chives at one outside off. 3 slips, backward point, cover. Mid off, mid on, deep square. That was Geddes' like of the pickup shot. And a long leg as well. Yeah, the hook, the pull, the pick up if there's anything short. And if he sees enough, as he sees it early enough, as we saw before lunch, even if it's just a fraction wide, he'll take it across the line as forward he goes and drops a single wide of mid on. Geddes is on 31 from 32, 64 for 3. 6.19 the run rate. They've got to be somewhere, you know. Where have they got to be? No, it's extraordinary this, isn't it? Now Faulkner, the youngster. Oh, we talked about the young bowlers, didn't we? What a moment for young Faulkner. Century in the World Cup final. Brave was the 100 team that picked him up. 64 for 3. Balderson 1 for 9. From 2.2 he bowls and Faulkner doubles, has the edge, he has! 64 for 4. 117 is their target. Modest as it may well have been and relatively straightforward as it seemed. In barely a blink ago, but 4 wickets in quick time, and Lancashire are bowling themselves back into this. Length ball just outside off. He's got to play it because it's angled back in. It was only a fraction of movement to straighten on him, but enough to take the edge. Are you speechless, Scott?
Well, they've got a situation here where they might just be able to make these 50 runs feel like a lot of runs to get.
Well, they should.
Higgins is coming out next.
Our surprise was how relatively easy the first 50 felt.
Well, I wonder whether some of that is. I think you made the point this morning, Kevin, about
shell shocks.
Yeah, that sense of it just having to. Maybe lunch camp potentially could yet prove to be a good thing for Lancashire.
Yeah.
The timing of it.
A reset.
But this is the type of jeopardy that Lancashire were desperately wanting to try and happen. This
well, it was
sense
the type we expected. We never thought they'd get off to the start with Robson and Geddes that they did. It was an oddity, wasn't it?
Lancashire were 40 without loss, weren't they, in their second innings?
But it was the first time in the match where you didn't really feel on the edge of your seat like there's a wicket coming here. Geddes and Robson seemed in good control and calm, but now you can flip that completely on its head. And that 4 for 17 for Sharma this morning, it felt like it blew the game in Middlesex's favour. Balderson in, bowls outside of the off stump, that jags back in. It started well wide though, and left alone. The last of the recognised batters, and then of course in next.
Yeah, not the
on debut for Middlesex, on loan from Yorkshire,
the Yorkie,
as a replacement mid-game for Joe Cracknell, the wicket-keeper. Duke. Well, that'd be a story, wouldn't it? For Yorkshireman scores the winning runs on loan here at Old Trafford. As here comes Balderson and he beats Geddes again. Now Geddes went after it in the first innings. How long? Until Geddes thinks about Higgins thinks about going after it again here.
Yeah, it was one of those rare partnerships in this match, wasn't it? Higgins and Deploy, they put on 40 together. There's only been There's been 4 partnerships that have been 40 or more in the match. Been few and far between.
Balderson to Higgins, gets in behind this one, just outside the off, and he defends it to mid-on. Right behind it, applause from the crowd, a run, a wicket, and another good over from Balderson. 3 from him, 2 for 9, and 64 for 4, Middlesex.
Made the change early, didn't he, Jimmy Anderson? Bailey and Anderson only bowled 3 overs together with the new ball, and he made an early call. Jimmy, double change, wanted Balderson, wanted Stanley in, and that decision from the captain, which you're just assuming that Anderson and Bailey bowl unchanged in that session up to lunch, didn't happen. Didn't want it. Went with Balderson, went with Stanley, and both got wickets before the lunch break to get Lancashire with a sniff of victory. So the decision to get them into the attack early has paid off so far. 64 for 4. Here's Mitchell Stanley to continue. Balls, it's fallen, it's driven. It'll be worth a single for Ben Geddes as Bohannon comes to his left from mid-off to field. 65 for 4.
Genuinely right now you couldn't say where this is going. Absolutely no chance. We've come out probably this morning and thought Lancashire just got their noses in front because of the runs on the ball. Then Middlesex came back at them, and you thought, I went back to that Pete Hanscom quote a couple of years when he was Middlesex captain. You shouldn't be getting bowled out for 100 on any pitch in the world. Well, 117. It was looking good when Robson and Geddes got Middlesex off to a strong start, but 4 in a flash, and right now you really couldn't tell where this one was headed. You wouldn't say that either had their noses in front right now.
Higgins facing Stanley. So, Higgins looking to work it into the onside. The ball wraps up into his thigh pad and drops away to the leg side. Stanley coming stomping forward from his follow through to field. He's right up alongside Higgins. Trying to work it to mid wicket. Just drops down. Starts to spin back towards the stumps. And Stanley, a rather looming presence by the time he'd finished his follow through. Almost right alongside Ryan Higgins. He's played his part in this game and then some, hasn't he? Yeah. 4 wickets in the second innings, 3 in the first. Oh, left by Higgins. Nibbles through towards the keeper. Of course, he's 32 with the bat as well. Shouldn't be forgotten.
Well, he went at it in that first innings, didn't he? I want to see the replay coming back in from Stanley. At the start of this innings, our fancy was Middlesex will dig in to begin with, and then if it starts to go, they'll think, right, let's not wait for this to happen, let's get on with it.
I think at that point, not quite yet.
With the last recognised pair in the top order, maybe not.
Stanley to Higgins, clips off his pads down to fine leg. Balderson's just in front of the hotel on the boundary to field. Single, 66 for 4.
I think the way the last 3 went, it would look reckless now if he just opened up, because you know we thought they're not going to have money on the ball by lunch. They'll just dig in, Geddes and Robson. And to be fair, they didn't open up. They just put away bad balls, didn't they? Off-length deliveries were punished, but not recklessly. Even the 6 from Geddes, it wasn't particularly out of character. It was a short ball from Stanley and a short boundary. Geddes gave it the treatment. Here is Stanley to Geddes. Right arm over, and the right-hander is given a short ball that strikes him. He looks a hook, but it's hit him in the ribs somewhere. Chest guard on, no doubt, because he's showing no pain at the moment.
Not shy of taking things on, is he? That's kind of short, or just back of a length.
Oh, actually, do you know, it didn't quite get up as high as he thought. It's hit him more around the belly button, isn't it? And that's what did for him. But no, he will. If it's a short ball, it goes.
He's got that shorter boundary on the leg side as well, hasn't he?
Exactly. That's where he thumped him for the 6 earlier, wasn't it? First ball from Stanley, indeed. You can hear in the field as well. There's just that little bit more optimism now as Stanley bowls, and he's given him width. And Geddes has given it a thump. There's a deep backward point that'll hold him to 2. Big boundary as it is out there. And he clobbered it as best he could. But it is a long, long way out to that cover boundary when the bowlers from this side for the right-hander.
4 off the over. It's actually quite a decent over, that, isn't it, for Middlesex? Got it under 50 as well now, 49 to win. Without too much risk.
Until it's under 10, this one. Even if they've got 4 wickets standing, until it's under 10, I don't think. And even then, we've seen how this match has gone. Look at that Sharma, 10 deliveries. It was the 4th ball of his second over, wasn't it, that wrapped it up? I think it was 10 balls.
Yeah.
2 to begin. First 2 deliveries, he was on a hat-trick, then finished that over with a wicket, and then 4 into the next.
Balderson to Higgins, creeping a little step forward and defending to mid-off. And there's no addition to the score.
But, you know, somebody could come up with that for Lancashire and
Well, it needs
5 runs
like
out,
that, doesn't it?
But,
Yeah.
but what I mean is, even at 5 runs out, you couldn't say Middlesex are there yet, because we've seen it in this match time and time again. And Sharma's was something very, very special this morning, but I mean, look at the way that Lancashire are coming back at them now.
Balderson to Higgins, that's left. Through to Hurst. Well, they've managed to, I think Lunch was at a good time, even if things don't go in Lancashire's favour. They've managed to create a sense of energy, sense of jeopardy now. It was quiet this morning when Lancashire went out to start this final innings of the match, which is understandable on the back of how things unravelled with the bat, but they've got a little opening here potentially. Higgins calmly going back and across and defends back to Balderson. There's no run.
Never a bad time for lunch, Scott.
No, did you enjoy it? Enjoy your lunch? Oh, shouldn't have got the commentator's camera, because you can see Kevin's come up with his curry and his chips.
Curry chips? I mean, what more could you want from life?
68 for 4. Balderson to Higgins. On the move, Higgins. Well, it just comes back in towards him. Tucked away into the onside. There's no run. You'll hear from Kevin in a moment, but he's just eating his curry and chips. So
you made me hungry there. It reminded me it was behind me, ready to go.
It's definitely at least your second helping.
You know me too well.
I watched you eat the first.
And the second.
Balderson to Higgins. He's pushing it. That ball just slides on past the edge of the bat. Nicely done this by Balderson. Just from a nice line of length here. Higgins batting a long way out of his crease and then walking further forward.
Well, it's ferocious cricket at the moment, isn't it? And that's what we've experienced for most of the match, but for those first 6 and a bit overs against Geddes and Robson at the start of this innings.
George Balderson, final ball of the over. Higgins again brought forward, and he gets one just to nip past the edge of the bat. End of the over. It's a maiden for George Balderson. It's a really testing, probing over that. In and around Higgins off stump, just trying to find the edge of that bat. Lovely stuff from Balderson, 68 for 4.
There was the 50-run partnership, as you said, for the second wicket for Lancashire in the first innings of the match. 40 runs for the first wicket for Lancashire in their second innings, did you say?
Yes, there was a 50 and a 40 partnership in Lancashire's first, and then 2 40 partnerships in Middlesex's first innings.
Oh, sorry, 2 in the Middlesex's second. But that partnership between Robson and Geddes was the first time in the match when you were looking at it thinking, where's a wicket coming from? We never thought we'd say that in this game. As Stanley was in, bowls and short, and it goes up in the air and it goes all the way for 6. Well, you're taking a chance if you bowl there to Geddes in a low-scoring game, because it is a short boundary and he will go for it. Now, the reward could be big, of course. There's a deep square and a long leg setback, but the risk in a low scorer is very, very high.
Yeah, we've seen already Geddes happy to take that on to that shorter boundary, even though with those 2 fielders set back, Bailey and Balderson on the leg side boundary. He's caught that beautifully, hasn't he?
I think in this match situation, that is too short a boundary for someone the height of Stanley to bowl to Geddes on a pitch where the bounce has not been indifferent at all. That's too much of a gimme. I mean, if you know, this game, there's only one mode of dismissal there. And in this game, the way we've seen them bowled, LBW, caught behind, caught in front, you've got to keep it on the stumps right now. Say, if you're scoring off the stumps. Here's Stanley in, bowls full, wide outside off though. It was angling back in at the last, and with that it's taken an inside chunk of the bat and out to deep square, a single's taken.
It just tailed back in late, that, didn't it, from Stanley? His natural length will be just back of length, will just be a fraction shorter than Balderson, for example, but
You've got to, I mean, we've said it on a couple of occasions in this match, you've got to be hitting 2/3 up, middle and off in this match situation right now because of the movement there is off the surface. 2/3 up, middle and off on most pitches is too full and it's too straight. But in this, and especially with the runs at a premium, you've got to say to the batters, if you're scoring off that. So here's a full in-swinger from Stanley, dug out to mid-on Anderson by Higgins. I mean, all modes of dismissal are in play then. Yep. Whereas you bang it in short, you've got one mode of dismissal, a short boundary, and a guy who loves to hit the ball for 6 over the onside. It's not worth the risk for me.
no, well, he's not dropped short since that, has he?
But it is, in any given situation, it's 5 on the top of off and a bumper, but even here, I don't think one bumper and over. I think it's one too many. As there he goes, full of a length, just outside off, and he squares up Higgins through to the keeper.
And that's what he can do, Stanley. I think his natural length would be just to be back over length, but he can, at pace, push that ball fuller. I think these are the types of deliveries, especially from Stanley, that get that get England excited, because he's doing that at pace.
That was closer than I realised. And there you go. That was almost 2/3 of the way up, middle and off, and it straightened on him. That's why you've got to keep it on the stumps here, and that's why Bailey had that line that was just a fraction too straight earlier. As this one goes too straight, and down the leg side it goes. Your margin for error is pretty small when you're 2/3 of the way up, middle and off. As a bowler, you've not got a lot to play with, but I think you've got a lot more to play with on this surface than you have if you bang it in.
And your margin for error in this situation as well, isn't it? You factor in the pressure, the fact that they need 42 now. You're just a fraction away from getting it wrong and conceding runs that potentially then push the game even further away from you.
Yeah. Stanley to Higgins, full in swinging and defended just into the onside. Higgins wasn't sure, was he? That bat was coming down with a little bit of hope in it as well, and it was the inside part of the bat as it deflected towards mid-on.
Yeah. That's the Lancashire card. That's if Middlesex go on to win this game, it's that Lancashire will look at as being the kind of defining moment in it, and of which most of that was done in the morning session, thanks to Sharma especially.
Well, I was about to say, if you put 20 more runs on this chase right now, you'd say it's probably Lancashire's game. So the match almost hinges on those 10 balls from Sharma this morning. That's how good a spell that was, and how important a spell that was. As we look at all the things, those 10 deliveries.
Here's Balderson to Geddes, who's playing a solid-looking defensive push to mid-off, no run.
And I stand by what we said at the time, when Roland Jones and Higgins came off, and 18-year-old Morgan and 21-year-old Sharma came on. This is the moment for Lancashire. This is where, if they can put pressure on the youngsters, and that's what pressure equally Sharma and Morgan would have stepped up with, but step up they did. And what a spell. What a spell.
75 for 4. Balderson for Lancashire in balls. Geddes defends. With Balderson just consistently at the minute, bowling that line and length. Both to Higgins, which he managed to beat Higgins on a couple of occasions in the previous over. And now to Geddes, who's so far happy just to tap it away into the offside. A couple of dot balls to start the over. 42 required to win. Balderson into Geddes, who's playing and missing, looking to drive.
Nipped away, but it must have found a bit of bounce, that one as well, did it?
Yeah, the way that Hurst took it would suggest it did.
When it passed the bat, I thought he'd edged it because of the way it must have got up. Yeah, there's a movement, just a little bit of movement. It's just been a pitch of good bounce, hasn't it, all the way through. I could almost say 2 in the 3 days so far, 2 that might have kept a fraction low. 1 bowled and 1 was outside off stump.
Balderson to Geddes. He's found a gap through the offside here. It'll be worth a couple of runs. Bailey will track back from cover point to field. Geddes moves on to 43. Score moves to 77 for 4. First runs off the over from Balderson. Geddes doing well there to find a way through the offside. 3 slips and 3 fielders on the offside at point, cover and mid-off. Mid-on and 2 back on the leg side boundary. Balderson to Geddes, little shuffle forward. He's beaten. Hurst takes it a skipping a pace to his left.
Here it comes. Something's going to give here, isn't it? Either Geddes thinks, no, can't let this carry on, or they get him. That had bounce, right? That's gone past the shoulder. See it from side on.
Final ball of the over. Now found Balderson a tricky customer to deal with so far. Into Geddes, punched away. That's 4, I reckon, through the offside. Can barely catch up with it. Does it have enough on it? He just gets there in the nick of time. Good work from Bailey. At the moment that left the bat, Geddes may have been thinking of 4. In the end, he's restricted to 2. Just slowed up enough for Bailey to catch up with it. Out towards the point boundary. And with every run priceless here. Like I should be pleased it didn't have enough to reach the rope. 79 for 4. Geddes on 45 and Higgins on 1.
God, I haven't heard you that excited since the mascot race on day 1.
Was that seemed like an age ago, that, didn't it?
Don't need to tell listeners at home that it was the Burnley mascot that won it.
Bertie B, yeah. Great win for Bertie, that. Well done, Bertie.
At a canter.
Aye, yeah.
Well, no one's winning this at a canter, are they? It's on a knife edge. Clive Lloyd! He's on the balcony of the hotel up there watching. He'll have enjoyed that spell from Sharma this morning, won't he? Bold like the wind. Here's Stanley, who generates a fair bit of pace as well, and from quite the height. He's in, bowls, just full of length, and one-handed drive to backward point by Higgins. That shot at the end of last over, by the way, from Geddes, square of the wicket. It was a bit naughty, wasn't it? He's played that on the up through square. He's a good player, 45 or 43, and going up the order here to open now. I mean, he's made a fair impact. Young Faulkner giving the nod to come in at number 5, so Geddes has gone up replacing Carey's, and it's hard to see how Geddes won't be opening again on Friday against Derbyshire with what he's produced. Even in the first innings, the glimpse that we saw in a very low-scoring game, there was a composure about him up there, wasn't there? As this ball's just full of length from Stanley, squirts away to cover point and no run. Higgins 1 from 18. What a stark contrast with the first innings. Biffing them into the mid-wicket hotel, as Geddes has done. Well, what else do you call it?
Well, you can call it the Sir Clive Lloyd Hotel now. He's on the balcony.
Hey, there we
hotel,
go.
Yeah.
Top floor, I've spotted him now in person.
Yep.
Saw him on the stream. There he is. Stanley bowls in swinging, full just outside off. Yes, no! Oh, goodness me, he's gone. If he hits, it's through. It's missed. Geddes. I can't speak. What happened, Scott? What happened? Yes, no, Geddes wasn't sure. Higgins was. Geddes set off. Yeah. The keeper wasn't at the stumps, understandably, I think. Mid-on came around, through to the keeper's end, and a direct hit, he was gone by a fair way. Clive Lloyd could have given that out up at in the heavens at Deep Square. There was only a momentary hesitation, actually. Then he looked back, didn't he, to see is it my end or yours? I mean, the hesitation actually was not quite as long as I thought it was, so it suggests perhaps there was not a run there. Stanley to Geddes. How's that got the heart rate going for Geddes? It's driven to cover, no run.
Well, you can see on the replay there, couldn't we, just how far out he was. He'd almost given up on it, really, hadn't he, in truth?
I don't think there was a run, was there?
I don't think there was. Bahan's reaction told its own story.
I just think the delay by Geddes, well, maybe he did delay quite a bit. It was a long while setting off, wasn't he?
He knows he's gone here if he hits.
He mustn't have heard the call, but even if he did, I think it was tight. Even if he'd have set off with the call, I think it was tight. Here's Stanley, full of length, clipped, wide and mid-on. Anderson's got to give chase here. It's a lush outfield, and this ball slows up dramatically, but I don't think this one's going to, and it's not. Geddes has his 50 with a boundary. 46 deliveries for Geddes. Really wonderful. Oh, is it not? Is it 49? I'm sure he was on 49, wasn't he? He's on to 49. He hasn't got his 50. I've jinxed him. Sorry, Ben. I'll say it now. I'll just leave, shall I? What have I done to him? He's on 49 now. deserved a 50, that shot. Here comes Hartley, and nobody's more on the edge of their seat right now than me as he bowls to Guedes, a bumper, and he sways inside it, leaving alone. He's on 49 from 46. It's 16 overs bowled. It's 84 for 4, and the target is 117.
Yep, 33 to win it. And Lancashire with a couple of wickets either side of lunch, keeping them just about in the match. Are in that position again now where they need a little burst again, don't they, to keep the belief that something can be possible here. Geddes on 49. This innings should be enough for Middlesex to see them over the line. Balderson to Higgins. That's tickled away off his pads out towards backward square leg for a single. Moves to 3. 85 for 4. First run that Balderson's conceded, it feels, for a little while. It's been a beautiful tight line in the round off stump. Nibbling the ball around. The odd one going away, the odd one coming back. Geddes on 49. Balderson to Geddes. This will be his 50. Clip down to fine leg. He reaches 50. Just the third batter in the match to get to 50. And he's done it with his team on the run chase. A very, very fine effort. 50 from 47 deliveries. Sharma will get the headlines with the ball, I'm sure, for Middlesex. Geddes might just seal the deal with a bat in the afternoon.
Well, we said if somebody gets a 50 for Middlesex, Middlesex will win it, but he's got 50 of 86. So I think we've got to rein that back now. It still isn't a given.
In comes Balderson to Higgins. Keeper standing up. Higgins was kind of crab-like there with his spun round and very carefully defending the ball to mid-on. There's no addition to the score. 31 to win it.
Crowd picked up a bit. An applause. Was that the attendance announced? Was that an applause?
I think it was just maybe the details of the Geddes 50. I think.
I didn't wait for the end of the over. That's good. Get it out there quickly. Well, it's moving at such a pace.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
He's probably thinking there could be 2 wickets before this over's done.
Balderson to Higgins. The back foot and drops it into the offside. There's no run.
Good applause by the home crowd there for Geddes' figures. Fair play. Now, everybody's on the edge of the seats here and fingernails chewed down. But that was a lovely applause, that, for Geddes' 50 here at Old Trafford. And it is a good crowd in again today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Balderson to Higgins. Oh, that'll be 4 down to fine leg, unless Stanley can get across the ground and cut it off. He'll do his best. He'll flick it up past the rope. He has just done it. They'll hustle back for 3. And managed to get 3. It takes it to 28 required to win. 84 for 4.
Little inside tickle saved him there, because that was plumb as you like. If not, they were all ready to scream. That inside edge gets the single away. 89 for 4. Last ball of the 17th. 5 off the over. Geddes on 50 and on strike. 50 from 47. Keeper up, 3 slips down. Forward goes Geddes, driving down the ground, and it beats mid-on. A dive from Anderson, who slaps at the ground. Mid-off comes back. And actually holds them to 1. Is Higgins all right? He's on his haunches a little, maybe just in thought more than anything. Well, as that beat Anderson, you thought it'll have a chance of 4. It didn't make that. Again, this lush outfield that we've got here at Old Trafford for this one. That has in some ways added to it being a low-scoring affair. The amount of times when it's off the bat you think, oh, that's 4 and it's 2. Pulls up inside the rope. But this one just 1 down the ground. Means that Geddes keeps the strike. 51 from 48 now for him. 6 from 23. Stark contrast from Geddes at the other end. Here's Anderson. And he's on to replace Stanley and change of ends. 2 for 35. 5 overs bowled. 90 for 4. Anderson none for 11 from 3, which doesn't look bad at all, but as far as those 3 overs went, he'll be disappointed. Will the change of ends bring the change of fortunes? Can he bowl them to victory here? You wouldn't rule it out. There's the applause for the skipper. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and long leg. And Anderson's running into bowl to Geddes. In swinging, inside edge onto the pads there. Yelping behind the stumps. They didn't see the inside edge. Anderson did. He didn't go up at all. He's inside it onto his toe, I think. Geddes, he's limping a little, but yeah, he went with a big booming drive, and but for that inside edge, Anderson would still be screaming now as well. But they all went up behind the stumps, only to settle down quickly, realising Anderson was having none of it. Turns again, down below us. Good start to his 4th. He's in now, bowls. Same line, same length. This time Geddes gets hold of it, and it's clipped for 4 through a straight mid-wicket. And that was a lovely shot by the tall right-hander. Just in-dipping from Anderson. Almost a carbon copy of the ball before, but Geddes got all of it this time, not just an inside edge. 94 for 4. You'd say they were in touching distance, but looking back on the match, it can't be seen that way. As forward goes Geddes, almost shovels the defence to mid-on, just keeping that bat face open. He was out to a leading edge in the first innings in exactly that manner. Undoubtedly on his mind there as he kept the bat face open. Still some chatter. The skipper's bowling. He's taking out his 3rd slip. 2 slips and a mid-wicket now in response to that last shot. Or the last 3 deliveries, I suppose. Inside edge, the drive for 4, and the defence into the onside last up. Keeping it straight, Anderson. He's past the umpire. Bowls, and there it is, swinging back in again to Geddes. 94 for 4.
Yeah, final throw of the dice, isn't it, for Lancashire? A little spell from Anderson. But Middlesex know that they're almost there. 23 needed.
We'd imagine that Anderson will probably try to bowl through to the close now, whatever it is or whenever it is. As here's Anderson in, bowls, and brings that one back in again to Geddes. And they're going to take a single backward square on the leg side again, just trapping the bat down, this time on a shorter length delivery. Pretty much as we've seen, he's blocked off the mid-wicket now. That 4 was a lovely shot from Geddes, but he's got it trailing back in from this end, hasn't he, Anderson? Undoubtedly get one to go the other way in a moment, but it looks as though he'll try and tuck them up for these final 22 runs now. And as we know in this game, 1 brings 3. If they can get that 1, then the victory target stretches a long way away again. Anderson hits the crease, he bowls, and length ball turned to mid-wicket by Higgins.
Yeah, there just isn't quite that sense of jeopardy again, is there, that Lancashire managed to able to...
But they mustn't think like that. They mustn't think like that, because...
difficult, isn't it?
You know, at Robson and Geddes, you thought, there's no way back now, is there? And all of a sudden, Robson, Holden, to Ploy, and Faulkner, and you're starting to think, oh goodness me, it's Lancashire's game. It'll only take a couple of wickets here, and the jeopardy piles back onto Middlesex.
It needs a Sharma moment, doesn't it?
Well, a Sharma moment would win it, wouldn't it? A Sharma moment would probably win it from here.
We've only used the 4 again. We've only seen 8 bowlers in the entire match, haven't we?
Yeah.
The 4 Middlesex bowlers and
not
the 4
an over of spin
Lancashire bowlers. Here is Balderson then to Geddes. Geddes drive, it's in the air. It's to the right of cover. He'll come back for 2. Geddes driving. In the air, cries of catch for a moment, but it was sailing past Harris to his right. 20 required to win for Middlesex. 1996, the last time Middlesex won a championship match here at Old Trafford.
Ponder it downstairs. Paul Edwards and a few of the others last night, Ken as well. When was the last time there was no over a spin bowled at Old Trafford?
Defended by Geddes, takes his bottom hand off the bat.
Just
Drops it into the offside. There's no run. It's a very good question.
Not even the obligatory over before lunch.
Yeah.
You know, with all 4 innings complete, last time there was no over of spin. I said downstairs, it probably wasn't that long ago, but I said, really? Even just the 1 over before tea? As you say, probably worth a look as well. The last time 4 innings in a match completed and only 8 bowlers used.
Single here for Geddes. Goes straight from Balderson. He'll flick it away down to fine leg for 1.
But the amazing thing here, having just seen that scorecard flash up in front of us again there, 4 wickets in this innings and none for Bailey or Anderson. Again, you would never have thought he'd have said that, the way that this match has played out.
Yeah, it's been difficult to predict this game, hasn't it? Makes a mockery of predictions as this match this week. It just turns Higgins round. Drops it away into the offside, no run. 2 umpires conferring that there's 2 balls left in the over. It's into the teens to win it, 19 required. A lot of batters doing that, like Higgins just did there, trying to get forward, batting out the crease. It's been a game of batters creeping nearer towards bowlers. And the ball nipping about. Again on the shuffle is Higgins, but defending to Bohannon, and there's no run. Contrast to his first innings, this Higgins, but I judge the situation perfectly because Geddes he's doing all the heavy lifting, isn't he, from the other end? He's the one that's scoring all the runs, and Higgins,
well,
reining it in.
Look how many wickets I've taken in this game. Look at what I've done.
What have you
done for us? What have you done for me, you lot?
7
Come
wickets.
On, get on with it.
7 wickets in the match and almost 50 runs as well. Turned into the onside by Higgins.
Well, he's playing it well because Geddes is playing it so well at the other end that what he really needs is someone just to survive, and that's what Higgins is doing. 6 from 27. Geddes is playing, to some extent, he's playing a game of his own at the other end, isn't he? So if Higgins can just hang on in there with him, then Geddes will keep chipping it away. No need for Higgins to allow any wobbles to start from the batters. Oh, Anderson's done. He's going back to Bailey. Well,
just a couple of overs from Jimmy then.
Was it even a couple? Or was it 1?
I think it was 2. It was.
It was 1.
It was. Yeah, just 1. Yep.
Bailey. 3 slips. He's right arm over, and he bowls to Geddes, who dabs to cover. There's no run. Deep point, deep square, and long leg back.
Play again on Friday in Southport, the Lancashire. Jimmy's played the first 5 games of the season.
No, he's only bowled 7 overs in this game.
Is he going to go for a 6 on the spin?
Well, to be fair, he's bowled a lot. Again, going back to that Middlesex first innings, because he had 3 opening spells, didn't he? By the way, the interruptions kept arriving. He and Bailey just kept on coming at them with opening spells. Bailey's in, bowls, and forward goes. Geddes pushing back.
Lancashire are a little bit depleted with their seam bowling options. The injury to Ajit Singhdale was a really significant blow for them. Their kind of stellar signing, their marquee signing of the winter from Gloucestershire. The overseas signing of Mitch Perry fell through because of Perry's injury before the season started. Jack Blatherwick's injured. Young all-rounder Tom Aspinwall's coming back from injury. Might have Paul Coghlan back for next week.
Bailey bowls, and it's short, and it's hit over mid-wicket. He hasn't quite got all of it, but he got it over the infielder for 1, and he got it wide of Anderson at mid-on for 2. And 2 it is indeed that they run. Is that the 100 up? Or is it 98? 100 up it is. 100 for 4. 17 to win.
They'll probably want 2 spinners in the match at Southport next week, so Chris Green will be one of them. Hartley in this game, of course, his place to lose at the minute.
Bailey in, bowls, and a solid defence from Geddes on 61. It's extraordinary, but Geddes has got a slight chance here of ending up the top scorer in the match in a chase of 117.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Well, it's a Lovely way to end it from Middlesex point of view. The young bowler steals the show in the morning and
young batter in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That'd be one for Wisdom, wouldn't it? The highest scorer of the match in the 4th innings, chasing the lowest score. Actually, it wasn't the lowest score because of Lancashire's, but it's his. The short one to get it in. He goes again over mid-wicket. This time he has got hold of it, but it's closer to the deep mid-wicket, running around. I think it's 4. I think he's tumbled with it. Has he just flicked it back in? He has. We're going with 2.
Yeah, Marcus Harris, it was on the boundary there.
It was all at once, wasn't it? So he wouldn't have known one way or another particularly. Four for 4. 63 now, Geddes. 13 to win. He's in, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. It feels like he's liking bat and ball again, and he might try and finish this with something of a flourish now against Bailey. 26 he's gone for in his 4th over, Bailey. That's the pause. He's having a chat with Jimmy, I think, at mid-on. Now he's going to turn to bowl with any particular change to anything? I don't think so. He's moving his deep mid-wicket around. No, his deep backward square around. The suggestion being here that it'll go with a bumper. Geddes having taken it on. So we've got deep square and deep mid-wicket. It'll probably be a Yorker as Bailey's in. He bowls full straight and he's clipped out to mid-wicket for a single. I thought for a moment that Geddes had lifted it, but he didn't. Just the one it is. So he will keep the strike, Geddes. 105 for 4. We think the scoreboards are disagreeing. No, the other one's called up now. 105 for 4, and that is the end of, believe it or not, the 20th over of the innings. Wow. It's all go.
It is, and it's almost job done here for Middlesex within 12. A couple of big Ben Geddes hits of victory.
He did ask first thing this morning, when are you going back to London, Kev? I did say tongue-in-cheek at that point, well, it could be about 3 o'clock if... might even be there before, might be leaving before then.
It's Balderson to Geddes. Trying to find a gap through the offside on the drive, but picks out Marcus Harris. What's up next for Middlesex? Oh, you're chomping on a chip.
How dare you?
What? You're the one that's chomping on a chip.
Up next for Middlesex is to greet Derbyshire at Lords on Friday
lovely.
Morning.
Very nice.
Regarded as one of the best first 11s in the division, but it's been a slow start from them.
In comes Balderson to Geddes. Drops it out towards the leg side through mid-on for a single.
Alas,
to win.
Alas, Fletch, Fletch, one of the best regarded as one of the best first 11s in the division. Not even one of the best first 11s in Derbyshire, will tell me, won't he?
Well, they've not seemed to recover from that defeat here. I mean, they should have beaten Lancashire. They had 140 to win, and they were bowled out for 108. Just
shell shocked.
Yeah, not recovered from that, I don't think, have they? They've lost every game since then. Higgins leaves this ball by Balderson.
Are they rock bottom still of Division 2? They are. Oh no, Gloucestershire.
Oh dear.
Seabourne strugglers.
Done all right this week, haven't
Down
they?
at the bottom.
Is it quite a decent game, isn't it, against Kent? Although not. I think of 91 for 2 against Kent, lead by 89.
Seabourne must be beside himself.
Balderson to Higgins. Played out towards the offside and barely comes round from cover point to field. No run.
Actually, Derbyshire racked up 604 for 7.
Yeah, they
didn't
got a big score. Didn't they?
Martin Anderson, former Middlesex all-rounder, got 106. Long way short of the follow-on at 214 for 6, Northamptonshire. Trailing by 390. They could come with their tails up. Griffin Fletch.
Balderson to Higgins. On the front foot with a little step forward, and he defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Dave Griffin and Dave Fletcher, the great media duo of Derbyshire following them around the country, photographer and BBC commentator. Have you ever seen them with their tail down, actually? Actually, have you ever seen them with their tail up?
Seen them with a couple of pints in their hand.
Oh, tails up then.
Balderson to Higgins. Jabbing at that off the back foot. Playing the miss and through to the keeper. End of the over. 106 for 4. 11 to win it for Middlesex.
So Jennings 67, Deploy 67.
Yeah.
Top score of 18 from Jennings in Lancashire's second innings, and now 65 Geddes, 2 shy of going level with those two. And here comes Bailey. Bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on. I mean, he's not far off matching Lancashire's second innings himself here, is he? With Middlesex 106 for 4 and he's 65 of them.
Yes. Shit.
No ball called. Oh dear. There's been too many of those in this game, hasn't there? Both sides, to be fair. 9 to win. Two slips. Only deep mid-wicket and deep backward square are back. Bailey is moving in. He bowls. Geddes. Ooh, wrapped on the pads, but it feels high. Possibly leg side as well. He was defending up to mid-on. Nothing doing from the umpire. Look at the replay. I think height may well have been a problem on it. Oh, it wasn't the worst shout in the world, that. Oof. It's one of those, the batter walked off, they couldn't be wholly disappointed with that, I don't think. Unless there was an inside edge that we didn't detect. They settled down relatively quickly, but maybe it was despondency. There's Geddes Bailey bowls and Geddes clips him through mid-wicket for a single. 110 for 4, it's 7 to win. I've done it again, I'm ahead of the scoreboard. Is it 109 for 4?
109 for 4, I think.
And 8 to win. Oh, just seen it hit quite high up on the back leg. See inside on replay. Clive Lloyd's given up. He's gone. Even Holding wouldn't rescue him from here, he said. Bailey, 2 slips, crouching down, he bowls and worked fine by Higgins. I'll think about 2. Higgins actually has run the gentlest of singles you could imagine, which perhaps tells you all you need to know. No alarm, no panic, just nudge and nurdle. Although when Middlesex are within a strike of the victory, especially if they drop one short, you have to wonder. I wouldn't advise drop it short, because you wouldn't feel good being hit for 6 winning the match, would you? It's the bowler. He does have a deep square and a deep mid-wicket, and he goes again with 7 to win. Bailey to Geddes, slower ball, and it is clubbed over mid-wicket. Goodness me. He's tried something different there, Bailey. He's delivered a slower ball with a grunt, and it's been dispatched to the hotel at mid-wicket for 6. Geddes is on to 72, the top score of the match. Middlesex need 1 to win, and this is quite some innings. Very special from Geddes. And you have to put it into that context that he scored nearly as many as Lancashire in their second innings, and he scored the vast majority of Middlesex's hearers. Bailey in, bowls to him, it's short, and he went for the slower ball bouncer. It hasn't done for him. He's decided to steer it for a single. He didn't go for the big one, and a punch of the air from Geddes. Middlesex have won this by 6 wickets. Didn't quite say it was a canter, but goodness me, Ben Geddes has produced something very special, and Jimmy Anderson walks up to shake his hand. This is a standalone innings and a match really from Geddes, and under the pressure of, well, if you think of the collapse of Lancashire and the mini collapse of Middlesex either side of lunch, those 4 wickets going in quick succession, those 73 runs, will he score a more valuable knock than that? That'll be worth many a century, that one, that 73. It's seen his side home for a 6-wicket win with far more ease than I think we ever would have thought on this final afternoon, even at lunch and perhaps even 20 or 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, fabulous victory for Middlesex, brilliant what's turned out to be a final day in the match. And Geddes signing off with that terrific 73 not out. Gets a pat on the back from his teammate Ryan Higgins. Sharma, the star with the ball in the morning, and a brilliant win for Middlesex.
That's outstanding, and as you said, first since 1996 at Old Trafford. That really can't be overstated either. Side that opened with a win this season, and when they opened with that win against Gloucestershire, they'd have thought, right, let's get going, let's keep this momentum going, but they've spluttered a little since then. But boy oh boy, is this a statement win, I'd suggest, especially for two sides that do want to be up there in those top two places at the end of the season, and this will give them a fair chance, I think. Middlesex, a home game next up. They'll hope to go into the break for the Blasts with a strong position all 4 days at Lords to come. They'll be feeling pretty confident. The players all shake hands out in the middle. It will be a very, very happy Middlesex group that head back down the motorway for the next round of fixtures. It feels like a very, very big win. In the end, the tension wasn't there at the very last for the winning runs. They got there with 6 wickets to spare and a batter completely dominant, really, Geddes, you'd have to say, in that. Quite how he managed to produce that dominance, but he and Robson did at the beginning. That was Robson's disappointment when he got out, because he just dollied something out of nothing to mid-wicket, and that nearly opened the door to Lancashire, but Geddes firmly shut it once more.
Absolutely did, yeah. It's the story of the match. A 201 we felt was a good score, and I think, as you can see, was a very good score on the first day. Lancashire with a slender advantage on first innings, but the 30 runs we thought might be significant, but then blown away in their second innings. The damage done this morning, 84 all out. Sharma with that spell, 4 wickets in 10 balls, finishing with 4 for 17. And then, despite a little bit of excitement either side of lunch, when Lancashire picked up a couple of wickets, Geddes and co saw it through.
Yeah, just looking back at the summary of the match there, it is that second innings, really, isn't it? Because Jennings and Deploy cancel each other out. Anderson and Bailey, they cancel out the effort of the Middlesex quartet as well. But that second innings, brilliant for Middlesex. They knew that 32 runs was big, and they had to be good, and they were brilliant, and none more so than Sharma.
Yeah, the figures here from Sharma, 4 for 17. Roland Jones and Higgins doing plenty of damage and setting the bar this morning, but then Sharma, wow, stole the show. Brilliant from the young bowler, and then polished off by Geddes, fire and run chase, and an excellent victory for Middlesex. A couple of wickets there for Bolliston and for Stanley, but it would take something special to even on a crazy game like this to defend that total. So despite those little wickets either side of the lunch break, a pretty good win in the end. Well, very, very good win, I should say, in the end for Middlesex in a game that's been excellent to watch. Been great fun.
What time did you put the first tee for?
About 4:30.
Oh, you were that pessimistic.
I just booked it about half an hour ago. Good stuff.
No, the only shame almost for us is there's a day and a half left to the game, and you'd have loved to watch this down to the wire for another day and a half. And there will be a question about the pitch in terms of how many wickets fell. 34 wickets in, really 5 sessions, I guess. Is it a 5-session game? Might have just made it into a 6th session, did it, in terms of the number of overs that are actually played. But I think, look, you had 2 incredible bowling lineups. The overheads were there for it, and even when the sun was out, it was still swinging. So it was very, very tricky, but Jennings, Deploy, and Geddes in this chase has just shown what you can do. So it was no minefields, but it did favour the bowlers, and the question will be, did it just favour them slightly too much? But I made the defence this morning of the surface. I can't criticise the surface, because if you're going to play this much cricket at this time of the season, it's better you see a result play out like this than we're yawning our way through the second innings of this match on a flat one because we've lost too much time to the weather and the conditions. So this is how the schedule works. This is what you need, because you do want to see the results. It's that peril that you want to see. It's that pressure you want to see on Geddes, that pressure that you want to see on Sharma. And both of them, boy, did they stand up to the pressure.
Indeed they did. So congratulations to Middlesex. 6-wicket victory here at Emirates Old Trafford. Thank you, Kev.
See you at Piccadilly Circus, late August. You know where to go.
I don't know where that is. I get lost. I've no idea where that is. Enjoy your trip back to London. Off you pop. Derbyshire to come for Middlesex. Kevin and the gang will be there for that on Friday, and I'll catch you for the men's match at Southport on Friday against Worcestershire. Thank you for joining us here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Congratulations to Middlesex, who've won this game by 6 wickets.